Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another stream. I hope you're all doing very well today. Why is it saying my stream? Average stream bitrate too high? Hold up. Well, it says stable. I don't know why it says unstable. Like in the Twitch inspector, it says stable. But on Twitch, it says unstable. I don't know. If it's bad, tell me, but I'm sure it's fine. Cool. Well, let's... Hold up. I got a nice coffee. Let's put away the stuff. Okay. No worries. So... we're making some pumpkins. I finished making this pumpkin last night because I wanted to like practice the pattern. I have tons of this like kind of, I don't know, I guess it's like kind of like a golden yellow kind of color. Yeah. Okay, I have this kind of like goldeny color. I kind of hate it. But we're gonna make some pumpkins with it anyway. Maybe someone will like it, who knows. But yeah, so we're just being, it's pretty much just like a ribbing, you know, single crochet ribbing for like a certain length, and then you like sew it together. So I have one of them here. Here's one that I prepared earlier. Ha 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 ha. So you pretty much just like, yeah, like crochet in rounds. And then you kind of like cinch it together. And then this one I was experimenting with like adding like some decreases along the edges to help pull it together, because you'll notice like at the top, even though like I've like cinched it all together, it still has a little bit of a hole. This isn't too much of an issue on the top because we're going to be adding like a little stem and like sewing that on, so you're not going to be able to see it. But this was like the one that I did. I kind of like, what doing? Welcome in. I kind of like cinched it all in and then I sewed it and then I turned it inside out. So I don't know. We'll just figure it out as we go. But yeah, I kind of made this color and I kind of don't know if I like it or I don't like it. I mean, when I was looking at like pumpkin things, like people make them all sorts of colors. Like you can make even like a blue pumpkin, pink pumpkin. I haven't seen any purple pumpkins, but I don't see why you can't just like make a pumpkin any color, because like pumpkins are pretty distinctive. And then these are going to be for adults, but I feel like you could just like super easily like stick like safety eyes in them and make them like cute little guys. But yeah, I like how this one turned out. It's a nice size. And doesn't take too long to make. It's a little bit longer than like, you know, I would like make and like sell for like a market or something. I feel like if I was gonna make pumpkins for a market, I'd probably do like a flush yarn, because that would work out much faster and be bigger in the end, and you know, still could sell for a decent amount. So yeah, let's make this stem. Actually, let's make 2 stems because we got to pull this one together as well. But yeah, how you doing today? How you doing, Gwen? I'm gonna just call you Gwen because I think it makes more sense in chat. Otherwise, people will be like, "Who the fuck is Gordon?" But yeah, what have I been up to the past 3 days? Oh, I've been dealing with my body just being hating me. I'm okay, just tired. Yeah, I too haven't been sleeping very well these past couple of days, hence why I haven't been streaming. I should move over a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I haven't been sleeping great. Last night I slept a bit better than I have been. But yeah, just overall haven't been sleeping super great. Just been kind of like cranky. And yeah, I feel like I just want to start to feel a little bit better. And I chose this playlist because I was like, ooh, spooky. And I don't know how spooky this is. It's a little spooky. Like, it's kind of got like the spooky, whatever that spooky instrument is that like people play and it sounds spooky. But it's not like, you know, it's just kind of given like more groovy than spooky. I'm gonna try the other one I downloaded for today. See if this is any better. No, this isn't spooky. Where's the spook? I'm gonna have to make my own spooky playlist with like actually spooky songs that I know is spooky. Because this is just annoying me. I keep downloading all these playlists. It's supposed to be spooky and none of them are spooky. You're slowly saving up for a new PC. Ooh, that'll be fun. Okay, I did. Let's since we're here, let's download the music that I did. I was gonna do this next stream, but I thought these playlists would tide us over today, and be sufficiently spooky spook. But they are not. So annoying. Mine is dying mostly because of the cold here. Wait, your PCs can die because of cold weather? Also, how's the weather been going? Because yeah, it would be starting to get pretty cold. Ow! Poop. Close the window. I need it. We're gonna download. It's raining, snowing, fucking sideways here. How can it be raining and snowing at the same time? Can it rain and snow at the same time? Okay, download this one. Download this one. It can? Ooh. That sounds kind of gross, not gonna lie. Don't forget, Canada isn't real. Neither's Australia, so there we go. We both come from non-existent countries. It was 40 degrees last week, and it's not even summer yet. I was like, what the actual fuck is going on? What the actual fuck is going on? But yeah, that was fun. But yeah, I feel like Canada and Australia are like opposite extremes. Being at opposite sides of the world. We both have random shit that can kill us. We both have extreme weather. The people be kind of crazy. Kind of low-key crazy. I'm just so annoyed with all this, the lack of spoopiness. Where is the spoopy? Where is the spoopy? I also switched the bolts on my football vest to be sharper. Ah, that sounds dangerous. Hope you don't trip and fall and impale yourself. That would be not great. And it's taking longer than I thought it would. Cute pumpkin, thank you. Yes, we got the pumpkin vibes. I feel like with Australia though, the pumpkin vibes are very limited in time. It's really only Halloween. Whereas I feel like pumpkin vibes can kind of go all around autumn in the Northern Hemisphere because, you know, Halloween and autumn, like obviously the same, like Halloween is in spring for us. So like technically it's like, it's kind of weird to do Halloween at the wrong time of year, but then again, we do every holiday at the wrong time of year, so it is what it is. Oh man. Also, I've been growing out my hair, and it looks crazy. Every day I wake up and it looks crazy, and I look like an old lady. Sometimes I look like Christopher Walken, and sometimes I look like an old lady. Okay. So, now... jump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, did I miss some? Down the road, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, got that one. Hold on. I missed one. Oh, cinnamon and slime. Okay, I missed one. AJ Nevins, welcome. How you doing? Sorry, I'm just getting some music stuff set up because I keep on downloading all these spooky lo-fi playlists and none of them are fucking spooky. Very frustrating stuff. Like, do people not understand what's like? This is supposed to be spooky. Does this sound spooky to you? No, does not sound spooky. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And there are 10 songs on the album. Yeah, okay, we're good. Next. Copy. New. Paste. Okay. Let's listen to some actual spooky music. Do, do, do. Do, Doot, doot. There we go. The music is a little loud. Well, let me know if it's still loud now. I think that playlist was just might have been particularly loud. Particularly loud. Ah. But yes, we're making pumpkins today. Okay, now, yeah. But man, the beat go hard. I've been wanting to rewatch Bridgerton lately because for some reason my YouTube has like started recommending me. Actually, not for some reason. Actually, kind of for some reason. Excuse me. Okay, is that still too loud? I think it's as loud as it's gonna get. But what was I talking about? Yeah, Bridgerton. I feel like Bridgerton is like, it's like trashy Regency era TV. It's like if they had TV in Regency era and it was a soap opera, that would be Bridgerton. And I kind of like it. I like the, you know, the blind casting, because I feel like that's one thing in like soap, like Regency eras, period dramas, or whatever you call them, is that you don't have enough diversity with the actors. Of course, you're still gonna have like, you can blind cast pretty much anything. But I feel like Bridgerton does it really well. Like the actors are just always hot. I feel like the actual Bridgerton, like the cast that plays the Bridgerton family are probably the least attractive at all. Out of all the actors. Not to say that like they're unattractive. I'm just saying that like compared to the people that the Bridgerton guys, the Bridgerton kids get married to, man, they're spouses. Like they're moving up in the world, you know. They're what's the word? When you date above your not that I actually believe that there are like levels. What do you call it? I can't remember. Oh, what's it called? Like reaching? I don't know what it's called. I'm gonna Google it. What do you call it? What do you call it when you date someone who is hotter than you? Punching above your weight? Yeah, I think punching. Yeah, punching. Yeah, when you're punching above your weight. Which, I mean, it's totally valid. Status? I don't think like a status thing necessarily. I mean, like obviously within like Regency era, you know, there was like a more status. I think nowadays there's not really that much status involved. Also, there's an ad coming up in a couple of minutes, so just be prepared for that. I will probably forget to remind you right before it starts, so when it does, just let me know, and I will try not to talk too much. Okay, let's make 2 of these. I mean, like, I don't really believe in like the whole like punching above your weight thing. I think people will be attracted to whoever they're attracted to, and I think there's like conventional, like, yeah, like I guess punching above your weight is really just like an unconventionally attractive person dating a conventionally attractive person. And I feel like like plenty of conventionally attractive people can be attracted to unconventionally attractive people. Like I feel like everyone's attractive. There's just the typical beauty standards versus the atypical ones. So like, you know, you can have this really hot guy who's like likes, you know, bigger women, and like that's totally valid. Like, but then people are like, oh, she's punching above her weight because she's dating like a hot buff guy, and it's like, I don't really get that whole, you know, like the judgment. It's just so judgy. I mean, I guess you have like the whole like Penelope like Colin arc where it's like, you know, she's like super, you know, criticized for her weight, but like the actress is like absolutely gorgeous, I will say. She makes you feel so validated, you know, because like as someone who's never been like a thin person, like even at my lowest weight, I still wasn't like thin, you know. So I just love the fact that like, you know, people are out here being absolutely gorgeous, but not like the typical gorgeous. I've been following Instagram pages recently of creators like who are bigger and like doing fashion stuff, and like I feel like the videos that tend to come onto my feed are always like the ones where like they're calling out the people who like judge their bodies and things, like being like, oh, you shouldn't wear that, you should get off the internet, you're too fat. I don't know why those are always the video. I guess because they probably do really well in like the algorithm, which is why I probably get them so much. But and I don't check Instagram very often either. Okay, the ad's gonna start in a few seconds. I might just run to the bathroom as that's happening. See you guys in a few minutes. All right, welcome back. Okay, what was I talking about? Bridgerton, yes. But yeah, we're talking about bigger people. Yeah, I don't know. I just like that things have like changed. I feel like we're obviously like it's not like it's never gonna be, you know, it's never gonna completely change. You're always gonna always gonna have people who are gonna judge other people because of their looks. And we just kind of have to, you know, counteract it when we encounter it, and you know, just keep pushing towards like less and less. But like as long as you've got you know, big media and things that obviously have an overwhelming bias towards conventional attraction, you're just gonna have these issues, especially with AI as well. I feel like AI, you know, like they've been creating like AI models and things like that, and it's just like not only does that affect like real people regardless of their size in the industry, but particularly, you know, we've been pushing in the last like 10-15 years of having more diversity in media and things, and then you got AI coming along kind of like undoing all that hard work, because they can just make people look however they want, and of course they're going to make them look conventionally attractive. I also feel like I also kind of noticed like with VTubers as well, like one thing that I have noticed is that like there's no curvy VTubers out there, or maybe there are, but they're not very common, and I highly doubt the majority of people who, you know, I highly doubt everybody who has a thinner model is thin in real life. And not that there's anything wrong with that, like, you know, you're just playing a character. Like you're I think there's different ways to like look at VTubing, like, oh, you're playing a character, you know, it's like you're voice acting or whatever, so you can really look however you want, it doesn't really matter. But it would be nice to see some more like curvy VTubers. Like I feel like if I were to, or more body diverse VTubers, if I were to get like a full model, I definitely wouldn't be like a stick thin kind of model, you know? I mean, I think anime is like that as well. Like there's not very many anime that have unconventionally attractive heroines. There's definitely like male ones, like School Rumble. Although is he just like there's another shoujo like romance one where the guy is like big and like so adorable, and then he meets this like cute girl and when we start dating he feels like super self-conscious, but like she really likes him. But like I've never seen that for like a woman without them having to physically change in some way. Like there's definitely anime with unconventionally attractive women, but at some point they always become conventionally attractive, which like kind of defeats the point. Okay, I'm gonna make 2 of these little squiggly boys. Leaves. They're not really leaves. I mean, do pumpkins have leaves? Surely they have leaves. Yeah, they have like a in leaves. Yeah, they're kind of like big and round. Let me show you. Here we go. Yeah, they kind of look like this, but they're all like on a vine, and like the vines generally have these like little squiggly things. Excuse me. Which I think looks cuter than the actual leaf. So yeah, they have these like squiggle things. Squiggles. I don't know what you call them. What are the squiggly parts of the vine? No, that's what I'm talking about. The squiggly parts refer to the indented ridges. What are you talking about? No. Squiggly green part? Tendrils. Oh, I guess that, yeah, I guess it's just a tendril. Yeah, like little vine tendrils, because they're gonna like branch out and make more, you know? Anyway, I like the look of those better than leaves, so that's what I'm making. The stem is more like the big chunky part, you know? And then the tendrils come out of the vine comes out of this, because the stem is like pumpkin stem. Yeah, it's a tendril. It's a tendril that like it comes out and then it's gonna come out and it's gonna like become a new vine, I think. Pumpkin tendrils. Pumpkin tendril. I can't spell. Oh, they help anchor the vine and provide support. Ah. Yeah. And like they wrap around things. Tendrils. I didn't even realize, like, tendrils does not seem like scientific. A scientific name. Okay, I'm going to... Sorry, I'm asking ChatGPT how to fix my microphone sound. Okay, let's raise the threshold a little bit. Okay, I guess we'll see if this is any better. Okay. You guys, can you hear any background noise? Hello, how are you doing, lovely? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Welcome in. Yeah, I've been trying to get more into streams and like lurking and like seeing what other people are up to. I just been so out of the loop lately. But yeah, hopefully doing well. Currently at work. Oh, nice. Yes, we do have to. Sometimes we do have to go to the daily grind, but I know you really enjoy. I know you really enjoy your work. So, yeah, I popped in. I lurked slightly yesterday while you were doing your little science segment, and I was like, oh, this is such a cool little idea. But I was following a few other streams as well at the same time, so I was kind of like just flitting through trying to figure out what to watch at the time. So yes, I am. I'm trying to see what people are up to, what people are doing. You know, don't feel bad. I'm just bad at watching people's streams in general. And I'm like, I go back to like my comfort streamers quite frequently, like I Am Mouse and you know, Premiere 2 and CDogVA. Like those are kind of the guys that I will just sit down and watch all day. Microscope Mondays are fun. Yeah, I love that you kind of incorporating like other parts that you really, you know, other parts of your interests into streaming, which I think is such a good idea. Getting a little bit of variety in there. Yeah, I mean, trying to figure out how to make my streams like a little bit more engaging and interesting and things like that. Haven't quite figured out what I want to do yet, but I'm also just like, because I'm flitting between Australia and Korea, and like my Korea setup's going to be completely different. Figuring out what to do is definitely a little bit more challenging because, you know, I don't really have the consistency of, you know, I have the same setup. I can do the same thing every single time. There are 3 streamers I watch religiously, so I get yeah. I feel like it's like and I also feel weird like watching people that I not that I necessarily know, but like that I'm like in the same like group, if that kind of makes sense. Like it's kind of like, because obviously like it's still like the internet, you don't actually really know people, but I feel a bit more like it feels weirder to be voyeuristic in a streamer that like, you know, I interact with like in a different way, if that makes sense. Whereas like when it's someone that I'm an actual fan of, it's like you get that disconnection from the person, if that kind of makes sense. I'm not very good at like actually like talking and getting to know people and stuff, which I know like that's what people really like with small streamers, but like that kind of makes me like anxious to be like, oh, I'm talking directly to another person kind of thing. Toads, get what you're trying to say. Yeah, like I'm good at doing it like as a streamer myself, but like going into other people's chats, it's yeah, I stress myself out, to be honest. That's why I often like lurk instead of like chatting, unless it's like obviously a conversation in which like, you know, I'm engaged in. I'm like, oh, this is interesting, like I'm going to talk about this. You know, like I want to input, but then I'll go quiet, you know, like if I don't have anything to say, I'll like go quiet and I'm like, oh shit, do they think that I left? I'm like, no, I'm still here, kind of thing. Anyway, it's I think everybody feels a little bit awkward like that. It's not like you know, it's not just me. I've had to get better at keeping boundaries with viewers so I don't fit into the parasocial relationship. Yeah, I totally haven't had issues with that, have I? I'm learning, I think, is the main thing. Is like, yes, you kind of have to understand that, like, yeah, you don't actually know people is the thing. Like, whether it's a, you know, unless you've actually, you know, I think you don't necessarily have to have met in person. I just think there's different like levels to a relationship, but when you only know someone online, there's only so much that you can actually know about a person. And I think even more so with like stream of your relationships, it's like, you know, yeah, you do have to keep a level of boundary there, so that, you know, because just online relationships are difficult to navigate in the best of times, let alone through a screen kind of thing. But I think one of the great things about streaming is the fact that, like, watching streamers and things like that is that you are able to get connection with other people. Especially when it's really hard to do that, like, IRL, you know? I think it's definitely better than, like, you know, like, chatting to AI or something like that. I definitely think it's more healthy than that. But yeah, I think, because, like, when I've had, like, difficulties with mental health and stuff like that, the streamers and stuff that I watch and, you know, the podcasts and things that I listen to, they kind of, especially during COVID, when you're in lockdown and whatnot, like, being able to have some form of, like, what feels like connection with people, but nothing replaces the actual connection that you have actually, like, sitting down and having a conversation with someone, especially someone that you know in real life. I think a lot of people outsource their social life to Twitch and sometimes confuse streamers as being their friends. I'm super cautious about that. I've only made one real good friend from streaming, and that was very touch and go for me. I'm overly cautious. Yeah, I think, and there's a difference between, like, friendships between two streamers and friendships between a streamer and a viewer as well, I feel like. And because, like, there's a different dynamic there between the streamer viewer, and I think if someone is also a streamer, they kind of tend to understand the parasocial that can go with it. Katie Cat, welcome. Honestly though, if there were crafting conventions like VidCon or something, I'd absolutely love to go and meet everybody. It theoretically sounds like so much fun. I don't know, I'm scared of conventions now. I think the era of conventions is dying, unfortunately. I think, like, obviously, like, there's a difference between, like, a craft fair or something, but with all the stuff that's been happening lately, like with the TwitchCon thing, like things with Emaru, it's just, I think conventions are gonna slowly disappear. Hello Firefox, how you doing? It does sound, but conventions do sound fun. It's just like, now I'm scared of things. I'm just overly cautious now because of everything that's happened more recently. And no Firefox, you cannot have my yarn. How's your little tapestry going though? How's your adorable, okay, wait. Am I gonna go, I sewed the last one on and I learned some things I wanted to do differently the next time. I'm just like whip stitching it on, but like, yes, I think that's what I was doing. Like when I come out, yes, okay, this is what I want to do. Oh, what happened? Oh, so Emaru got, she is a, if you don't know who she is, she's kind of like a pretty large creator on Twitch. Kind of one of the OGs. She was in OTK. I don't know if she still is, but she definitely was at one point. And a guy just like walked past security while she was doing a meet and greet and tried to kiss her, like just grabbed her and started like trying to kiss her. So luckily someone was filming and posted it on Twitter, and so because of that, like Twitch probably would have tried to do a bit of a cover up if it wasn't filmed, you know, like, and they didn't even like apologize for it, and they kind of lied about a bunch of things like, oh, we were cooperating with police, we detained him. None of that happened. People had video footage of him just straight up walking out of the convention, being able to continue walking around after the incident. And yet Twitch was not cooperating with the police. So I don't know what Emma will be doing in terms of, she's definitely like, the police are trying to track down the guy, trying to get him, you know, arrested so that she can, you know, prosecute him. But yeah, essentially was sexually assaulted. And then poor Emaru ended up coming out with allegations against another streamer who she was close friends with, living with, and then like kind of dating, called Misgift. And I don't know, like, if you're aware of the other the backlash and things against Misgift. There was a whole like issue with him covering up a sexual assault by a friend of his. And he kind of came back because of Emaru and her relationship with him, but she recently came out and let everyone know that he's actually been an awful guy throughout that entire process. Like, he was essentially like domestically abusing her throughout that entire situation. And like, she definitely the reason why she came out with it now was because she felt like, you know, he was going to start being a danger to other people as well, which I just feel so bad. Like, so yeah, poor Emaru seems to be going through it. I think the thing with Twitch kind of gave her, like, also, like, you know, she felt like, she said that like she was going to come out with it if she felt like anybody else is going to be at risk of his behavior, which, I mean, like, that was always gonna happen. Like, it's just so funny because I always got, like, when Misgift kind of came back, I was like, oh, like, people are just kind of accepting him in, you know, like nothing happened. And it always made me kind of uncomfy. So like, to have all this stuff come out about him, I'm like, oh, okay, well, I guess my vibe radar was not off. Yeah, so yeah, anyway, Twitch is just very, like, I just feel like Twitch can just be very lax with you know, letting people off the hook, essentially. But yeah, the whole situation with the guy, and I think Emaru coming out is what made her feel more comfortable to come out with this stuff about Misgift, and I'm very happy that she did, because, you know, hopefully nobody else has to be subjected to that kind of behavior. And same with, you know, the guy at TwitchCon. Like, hopefully a situation like that will work to make cons safer in future, but I unfortunately have my doubts. I feel like Twitch will most likely sweep it under the rug and not really address it, unfortunately. It's sad because Twitch is propped up by Amazon, and Amazon has so much money. They literally have zero interest of saving face. Twitch will have no repercussions because Amazon is untouchable. I don't know. I feel like let me think. I feel like the way Twitch operates is very dependent on its relationship with Amazon. I think there's a lot of pressure from higher up for Amazon, for Twitch to make money. I think that's one of the reasons why security was as lax as it was, because they skimped out on security for the sake of, one, saving money, and also they don't want to make the viewers feel like they're like people are going to think that they're dangerous, and like that's gonna, you know, essentially they see viewers as customers, and they feel like, oh, if we put up too much security and we make it seem like, you know, if we make things safer for people, you know, Twitch viewers are going to think that we think that they're all criminals and they're not going to want to use our platform anymore, essentially. more pumpkins. I really do not like the color of this pumpkin. I do not like it. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. I thought it would be like a good like contrasting color, you know, to have like multiple colors. I don't know, someone's gotta like it, hey. Big conventions scare me anyway. There's so much small like fair happens that's called Spookala. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess it does. It definitely depends on the size of the convention. I think you get to a certain point. I think streamers get to a certain size as well, where obviously they're at higher risk of like something like that happening. But yeah, streamers deal with like stalkers and, you know, creepers and stuff all the time, unfortunately. And it's just not, yeah, it's just not safe anymore. The world isn't safe anymore. We can't even go outside. You know, like a lot of streamers didn't go to TwitchCon because of what happened, especially with Charlie Kirk, and obviously like in conjunction with like knowing how many viewers, how many stalkers and things that they have already. You know, they're like, well, you know, we're living in an age where like, you know, like that guy could have had a knife, you know, and just straight up stabbed Emmy, and you know, luckily he didn't, but it doesn't make the assault any better. But yeah, like it could have been like 10 times worse, and it's not like stuff like that hasn't happened in the past, because it has happened to a YouTuber. I think about 2016 it was. A YouTuber just got straight up murdered by a guy at a convention. And like there's a lot of deeper issues with all of this. So, you know, like obviously there's a huge mental health crisis that's not being dealt with. But yeah, I feel like this could be dealt with so much better by the platforms if they didn't care more about profit than they do about people's safety. And I think that's the bigger issue. And I think that's why Twitch's relationship with Amazon is harming it more than benefiting it, because the emphasis is on how much money can we make, how can we get more viewers to the platform, and that's at the expense of people's safety. And it's like we saw, like some of the streamers were talking about, if they wanted to do like a live, you know, an event, like a like Emaru had like a cosplay event at TwitchCon, and if she wanted to do that for her contract for TwitchCon, she had to do a meet and greet. That was the requirement, that she had to do a meet and greet in order to have this big event. So they're essentially, you know, coercing streamers in order to provide the content that they want to actually provide. And there's nothing wrong with meet and greets in general. Most people are like super nice, and like most streamers are like more than happy to do that. But you know, when it's at the expense of people's safety, a lot of streamers would much prefer to just do like a big event. But it's not like there was an incident with Trash Taste. They did a convention a couple of years ago, and it was in the one in England, whatever the big anime convention is in London, MCM London, I think. The world really isn't safe anymore. I mean, yeah, I mean for the most part it is safe. It's just that the world has exasperated some really bad actors. And it's made things, the world has definitely become more accessible for people to do stuff like this, like oh yeah, sorry, MCM London, Trash Taste was up on stage, and this random guy who was clearly not well just like came up on stage and like sat with them, and security didn't do anything. Like they didn't come up, they didn't try and get him off the stage, they didn't stop him from getting up on the stage. The guy ended up leaving himself, thank goodness. But like, It was like, you know, and luckily those were all like men. Like, not that, you know, men shouldn't also feel terrified when a random person comes and like invades their space, but like, you know, women are obviously much more vulnerable. Yeah, it's just like super weird. But yeah, like, and the convention not doing anything, and I'm pretty sure Trash Taste has not returned to that convention for that very reason, which is totally fair. But yeah, I think Twitch and TwitchCon just definitely doesn't have people's best interests at heart, unfortunately. Ironically, the world is much safer than it has ever been via statistics, but the internet makes bad things more accessible to see. Engagement is more driven by good than bad. You mean by bad than good? There's a reason. Yeah. Sorry. So the second message now. There's a reason news stations focus on all the bad stuff rather than the good stuff. Yes. Yeah, I think humans are just more interested, or like, you know, our brains and like our brains operate more on those kind of sensationalized things versus the good things that happen. Like, there's a really good YouTube channel who does like positive news, like it's all positive things that happen, and I love that. Like, I love that there's someone out there who's like counteracting this like media push for like all these negative things are happening. So yeah, I'm very disappointed in the whole system, and I just wish that, like, yeah, I think, yeah, I think you're right. The world is safer. We have a lot more, like Korea. I feel like much safer in Korea than I do in Australia, even though there's not really any reason to feel less safe in Australia. Like, I still catch the train at night sometimes. But in Korea, like, I never feel unsafe. Like, there's always CCTV cameras everywhere. Like, you know, it's hard to do a crime when like people are constantly watching you, you know. There's a primal animal reason we are. It served a purpose when we were hunter-gatherers, but it's not practical nor productive in the modern world. It would be an essay to type out, but that's a too long didn't read of it. Yeah, I think it's to do with, like, obviously our brain is going to remember the bad things more than the good things because that's what keeps us safe, you know? So like, when we have it's the same with trauma, you know, like when we have a negative incident that happens, like that is going to mentally affect us more because it triggers the parts of our brain, you know, especially like, you know, things like the amygdala, those kind of parts of our brains, that are designed to keep us safe. But it becomes a problem when we live in today's day and age where, yeah, like we can essentially trigger those parts of our brains with things that aren't actually directly affecting us as well. And so that's why, yeah, this kind of media, the way that the media works and takes advantage of that, can be so, can affect us so negatively, which is why, you know, it's good to get out off the internet and touch grass. And like, I've been thinking lately about like the whole, like, being, you know, worried about AI and like, you know, AI kind of taking over, because there's definitely some downsides to AI. I know it can be a positive thing, but there are a lot of downsides. And I think like once you realize that you can just literally get off the internet and like you don't have to deal with it anymore, you know? Like, I mean, I guess like there's still in-person things, like now, you know, AI is being used for like advertisements and things like that, like offline as well as online. But like for the most part, you get away from AI pretty easily as soon as you like turn off your phone, turn off your computer. I love that phrase, touch grass, because it's so true. I know, right? I love touch grass. Okay, that's nice and closed up. Okay, now I'm going to put these little bits in here. I'm going to attach. Gonna lurk? Back in the lab. No worries, hun. Thanks for chatting for a little bit. Yeah, I think like, yeah, like just getting outside, getting away from it. You don't have to deal with the news. Read a book. Like just, yeah, like it's not always, and then you kind of, it is really helpful for your brain to get outside. And to feel and experience the reality of things, because the reality is that we're not dealing with terrible things all the time every day. I definitely like, I do enjoy and I do think it's a positive thing to have so much information at our fingertips, because I think that, you know, can help in a lot of positive ways. But, you know, I think there's always like, anything good comes with it a certain amount of bad. It's very like yin and yang. You know, like the balance of the world is like, with every positive thing, there's always going to be some counterbalancing negative thing. I just gotta grab some stuff. Oh, sorry. You know, this looks like a lot of stuffing, but I feel like stuffing just like disappears so quickly. Like, I just shoved all that stuffing in, but I can get in more. More stuffing! More! Yeah, because our brains aren't designed to be hounded. It's the same with like, as social media creators, like dealing with like hate and things online. Like, our brains have not evolved to be able to deal with the amount of hate that like online creators and stuff receive. Because yeah, they're designed to take in negative criticism more than like positive. Because, you know, like obviously like back in early evolution days, like it was essential for us to be accepted by a community. And so negative opinions of us were much more important. Like, one negative opinion held a lot more weight within a smaller community. You know, one person's dislike for us in a community of like, you know, 100 people is a lot different to like, you know, 100 people out of 1,000 or like 1,000,000 even, which is kind of what online creators and stuff are dealing with. Just gotta... That's bad. Making these pumpkins are actually quite fun, I feel like. Pumpkin. Pumpkin, pumpkin. We're making a pumpkin. Okay, I'm gonna finish my drink. I saw some of these patterns that use like cinnamon sticks in the top, which I thought was kind of cute. But I'm not going to do that because I feel like that seems like so much effort. And also these are like really little and my cinnamon sticks are much bigger than these like tiny little pumpkins. I feel like it'd be cool for like a really big one to use like a cinnamon stick. I'm still not happy with these playlists. I mean, they're kind of spooky. But, I don't know. I was watching Iron Mouse the other day and she was listening to this 8-bit playlist, which was like 8-bit covers of spooky songs like Thriller and like Ghostbusters and stuff. I kind of want to find that because I want to listen to it. Let me see if I can find something. 8-bit spooky covers. Let's check out this one. 8-bit spooky. Wait, 8-bit lo-fi beats, retro gaming, Halloween music. And also this playlist that I'm playing now is about to finish, so good timing to look for something different. Spooky, scary skeletons are slithering down your spine. Ah. Oh yeah, so I was talking about how like earlier, I was talking about how YouTube keeps recommending me Bridgerton videos. I watched this video as I was trying to fall asleep last night. That was essentially it was a video essay about whether or not Violet Bridgerton was a bad mother. She's like if you haven't watched Bridgerton, pretty much it's like a family, there's a mom, the dad is dead, and they have like 7 children. A B C D E 8 children. And like the series, like the book series, each book focuses on a different like love story for each of the family members. And yeah, pretty much like it was a good video essay, and I felt like it came to like a good conclusion that like she's not necessarily a bad mother, and that people, again, like it coming full circle, but comes around to like people focus more on the bad things than the good things, you know, like they focus more on like her bad traits as a mother versus, you know, her good traits, which is just like so true. Just like what we're talking about, you focus on the bad more than the good. And I think like, you know, having negative traits in a character, like having a flawed character, is much better than having a perfect character. I feel like it's I don't know, characters can be very flat. I think she also said in her video essay that like sometimes you know, certain things are used, it's just like to forward the plot, like she's not like that all the time as well. I don't think Bridgerton is like a great, you know, it's not like one of the greatest TV shows of our time or anything. More than 30 minutes? You download more than 30-minute videos all the time. Oh, I think it was like more to do with like Spooky, scary skeletons are slithering down your spine. I can't decide whether or not I want to do trick-or-treating this year. It's not really like a big thing in Australia. Some of the kids in our street do come around, and previously, obviously my parents are like Christian, so like, you know, they usually are just like, we don't do Halloween, leave. Why can't I have the yarn, Firefox? I sent you some yarn. You has yarn. You can has all the yarn. Actually, I have so much yarn scraps. If you come to Australia and take it, you can have it all. I'll just have to do more giveaways, and then you'll have to take more yarn. I hope like the tariffs and things wouldn't affect me sending a giveaway. But I do need to do another giveaway sometime soon. I'm not sure what I want to do as a giveaway. I'm thinking like I might just do giveaways with only one winner in future though, because I feel like having multiple winners. But I feel so bad. I want everyone to win. But like I feel like, look, now we have 3 pumpkins. Now we have 3. This one's like so much more stuff than this one. Which is why like I stuffed it more, because I wish that this one had more stuffing, but now I want to like see if I can shove some stuffing into it. Make it bigger. Like some of these holes are kind of big enough. I could probably shove stuffing in. Maybe. Oh, actually, you know what? I've done this before. You went to the festival? Oh yeah, you went, like it was like a music festival, right? That was ages ago though, wasn't it? Or was it? I mean, it was ages ago that you were talking about going, but I guess like time has passed, and so, but I'm not sure like when was the festival? How recent was the festival? Haha! Look at me! Look at me adding stuffing to the pumpkin. It was on the 19th? Oh, that was so recently then. That's so funny. That's so funny that like, you know, the last time we talked about it, it felt so far away, and like it's literally just happened. How, yeah, it was really fun. That's great. Hold up. I mean, I would be very upset if it wasn't fun. If you were like, oh, actually, your art sucked. Actually, I hated it. Hold up. I made the hole. Oh no, now the hole's a little bit too big. Let's try to stretch the stitches around it so it's not noticeable. Oh, actually, these holes at the bottom are nice and big. What genre music was it again? Was it like a rock music? I don't remember. I don't think it was country music. Because I've been going out to see a lot of like indie band, like especially like rock bands in well, I've been in Korea. which has been so fun. Like, I didn't even realize Korea had like such a cool live music scene in Seoul, especially Hongdae. So if you like live music, especially like rock or, you know, like kind of like indie, I mean, like not all of it's like rock, some of it's just like, you know, just regular indie. But like I don't really listen to like a lot of like punk music, but like listening to it live is like so fun. Ah. Ooh, rock, pop rock, and metal. Posted pictures in the Discord. Oh, nice. Okay, I will check them out. Okay. I'm getting back everything that I've had previously. Ooh, Discord has like a new spooky loading screen. IRL photos? Okay, wait, I'm gonna restart the playlist as well. I'm going to... Ah, damn it. I forgot to drop the new screen music. Ah. Okay, let's see. I need to pin VLC Media Player to my taskbar. There we go. Now it'll be much easier to open. I don't have to search for it every time. 8-bit lo-fi beats. Retro gaming Halloween music. Oh yeah, this is spooky. Okay, let's check out these pictures and then the ad is going to run. Oh, Halloween haunts your Discord. Oh no, chilling. Oh, this looks like so much fun. Wait, is this you too? Oh no, this is from ages ago. Okay, that's all. Okay, we got... I do not know any of these bands though, but this looks like so much fun. Wait, is that Panic at the Disco? Is that Whoosy Space? Yeah! Ah! I was right! Ooh! Cannot see these people this time though. I do not know who this band is. Oh, looks like so much fun! Oh my goodness! We Were Young. I do not know this band though. Oh, this is cool! Oh look! We have a selfie. Oh wait, that's you! Who's this person? Wait, is that like a really... Are these people? That's cool. Oh my goodness, so many photos. This looks like so much fun! Knock Loose. When We Were Young. Oh, you got a pig? Nice. That looks like they had so much fun. They're actors for the next festival. Motionless in White. Ah. Cool. Alright, I'm going to make some lunch. Actually, I'm going to finish adding this additional stuffing. And then I'm going to make some lunch. Man, I want to go to a festival now. There are some big music festivals in Korea. I've been discovering some cool like Korean bands and things, not just like. Well, actually, I'll tell the story like when I get back. But yeah, I'll keep talking about music in Korea. Okay. I don't know why this pumpkin like is a little more wonky than the others. It's fine. Oh, cute. Okay, now this is more stuff, which is good. It's much better. Okay, we're gonna make another like bright orange one. Actually, we're gonna make multiple more bright orange ones. Actually, now I'm looking at them. These kind of gold ones don't look too bad. Actually, they look better on camera than they do in person because they're a bit more brown in person. But yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go grab some lunch. I'll be right back. See you guys in a second. Also, the ads, don't worry. Make sure you watch them good. Okay, sorry about the wait. I got distracted giving ham to the cat. Running around the house. I gave in. I gave one cat some ham and then I had to give all the cats ham. I don't really know what to do about like always having to eat lunch while I'm streaming. I don't know, do people mind me having to eat lunch? People don't mind, I guess it's not a big issue, but I just feel bad always having to take a break and like eat food midway through stream, because whenever I start stream, like the best time to stream for me is over lunchtime, you know? But I also think like, I guess humans have to eat. Man, it's so chilly today. It's feeling very October-y. Degrees. Okay. I should definitely make sure to wear a jacket. Otherwise, it will be chilly. This place is good, but it's not quite what I was looking for. Oh wait, this is not playlist. Okay, wait, I think I might have found someone. I don't know if this is 8-bit though. Wait, let me see if I can like quickly drag it. Oh, come on. No. Oh no, this is just the songs. I want it to be 8-bit. I wanted it to be 8-bit. Oh, Halloween songs. 8-bit. I'm finding like video game ones, but I can't find the playlist that I wanted. Why can I not find exactly what I'm looking for? Okay, there's a channel called 8-Bit Universe. Do they have... I might have to go through and find all their spooky songs and like create my own playlist then. I will do that at another date. Because I do not have the time to do that right now. But at least we know what we're looking for. This is fine though for now. I like this playlist actually. This one's good. Okay, another pumpkin. Okay, so I was gonna tell the story of how I made a friend in Korea. And so I went to like a concert by I just go to concerts by myself because I have no friends. Now I have friends, but at the time I did not have friends. And I was like obviously like open to meeting people and making friends and things. So like, you know, obviously this was a good opportunity. Although I have been to other concerts and I've been to like 5 different like, I mean they're not necessarily always concerts, but like, you know, live shows, you know, usually at like a bar or like a club or something that, you know, has music playing. So I had gone to this place called JB Dabang. The band is called Zybenu. It's spelled like Zybenu, but like it's not pronounced that way because, you know, Korean. 6, 8. Koreans do be like that. They like, you know, they like to make things sound and read like English, but they do not. Like the Korean language does not have like velar or fricatives. So like F, V, Z, what else? Is that elephant? No. Oh, they don't have like TH sound either. So like they like replace them with Korean sounds. So like Zivenu is like Jibenu. Yeah, because the Z and the V, the Z becomes a J, the B becomes, no, the V becomes a B. Anyway, this is like not relevant. So we'll go to see this band at this cute little, like, it's kind of nice. They have like 2 levels. They have like an under level, but like the roof in the basement level is like open. So like if you can sit up the top and still hear the music, and up the top is where like, you know, the bar and slash cafe kind of area is. So anyway, I go in, I need to pee. So I walk down the stairs and I put my bag down. And I go back upstairs to go to the bathroom. And I think I went up and down twice. Because like I kind of need to order a drink as well. But anyway, I had come down, like I put it against the table in like a corner because there was this table, like there was a bag on it, but it was just like one bag. So I thought like, oh, maybe it's just like one person sitting at the table.
It is a gift.
Oh my goodness, Pancake, thank you. Thank you for the gifted subs. You are so kind. Thank you for the 5 subs, huh? Oh my goodness, I already just got some subscriptions. Thank you. What is that? What is that? A hype train just started. I've never had a hype train before. What the heck? But welcome in, my goober. How is my goobering? So we were, yes, at the club. Anyway, I come back downstairs and this guy's kind of like staring at me like, kind of, you know, he was speaking in Korean as well, and like my Korean wasn't really good enough to like have this conversation to be like, oh, I'm sorry, I thought there was only like one person sitting there or like 1 or 2 people sitting there. I thought it'd be okay. I could just like sit in the corner and like not, you know, disturb anybody. Turns out there was only 3 people there, sitting at that table. So I probably could have still sat there if like I had been able to communicate. But I ended up just like awkwardly being like, oh, I'm so, you know, I like apologized in Korean and I was like, you know, okay, we'll just like, you know, sit somewhere else. So like there was a second table over and there was just like one person sitting there. And I kind of came over and I was like, oh, is it okay if like I sit down? And she was like, yeah, you know, like, my Korean's good enough to be able to be like, oh, can I sit here? Or like, you know, is like, you don't even just like say like, oh, can I sit here? You just kind of be like, oh, is it okay? Like, and like gesture to the chair, and like people are generally like, Yes, that's fine. So yeah, she was really friendly. I sat down and I was crocheting as well because a lot of these shows either have like a small, like a small ticket fee. So like, sometimes like 10 or $20. Some of them are more like $30 or something, but I've only been to one concert that was $30. A lot of them like have like pre-ordered tickets and you can save money, but because I don't have a Korean card or number, it's hard to like do that essentially. So the only time that I've like bought tickets beforehand was with this friend that I made. Anyway, so I'm sitting down and I joined like it's a book club and they read Korean literature translated into English. So like it's very specific of we read Korean literature that has an English translation essentially. And we were reading a new book that month. It's by Kim Bo-young, and it's a bunch of short stories. Like the English translation is a bunch of short stories. I did not know this at the time. The English translation is a bunch of her short stories. One of the big ones being, it's called On the Origin of Species. And it's like at the back of the book. So I read a couple of the short stories earlier in the book. So like I felt like I read enough of the book, and then I see on the table this girl is like reading the book but in Korean, and I was like, oh my goodness, like because once you get Wi-Fi anywhere, like whip out the translator, it makes it so much easier to get around in Korea. But really any country, I think that you don't natively speak the language, like once you can get out the translator, it's so helpful. Anyway, so I pull out the translator and I'm like, oh, like I'm reading this book. And she was like, oh, like she seemed like really interested and like, like, oh, that's really cool. And like we're trying to talk about the book, and I'm like talking about the first short story, which in the book that I was reading, like I actually really enjoyed Kim Bo-young's stories, and the translations were actually really good. The first short story is about it's like a video game world where like and like she doesn't do like a ton of world building. She gets like straight into the story, and you kind of just like pick up the general context as you're reading. So you kind of get into the story, and like one of the main characters you're being introduced to is kind of like a game moderator essentially. And it's set up that like they want to be able to close the game, but because people are still inside the game, they can't close it yet. Like this game is like 50 years old, and the people who are still playing it must be like ancient, and oh my goodness, wait, the complete, I was like, no, the hype train just got another activity thing. I was like, that just happened. Hype chest? Wait, open the hype chest. Oh, cool! Choo choo. That's so cute. Ooh, what emotes did you guys? What emotes did everybody else get? Thanks again, Pancake. You're so sweet. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Okay, I'm just checking I've got enough stitches. Yeah, so pretty much this guy comes into the universe, and he finally finds like the last player in the game, and he's talking to him being like, you need to leave the game, and the guy's like, no, I don't want to leave. And we get introduced to an additional character who's in the story who has no player history or anything like that. So the moderator assumes that they have it's some sort of NPC in the game. But as the moderator starts to interact with it, it becomes this like question of like, is this an actual person or not? And like he's trying to figure out and he can't figure out, and then like it gets like partway through the story and he starts to think like, oh, maybe like it's a real person, who's just been like kind of smuggled into the game, or like their consciousness has been uploaded into the game, but there's no record of them as like a player. It's like it's this, and it just becomes this like big question of like of this like character trying to figure out whether like who's human or not, and like how can you know if something's human, and like him asking complex questions and like seeing if the, you know, what he assumes has to be AI can actually like respond and things. And you know, it's this, it's a very like complex question around like at what point do like complex machinery and like AI have enough intelligence that like they can simulate humanity to the point where like you can't tell whether someone's like was originally a person or not, which I find really interesting. Blah, I'm back. How'd you use the bathroom? That's okay. Thanks again. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. That's so sweet. We got a hype train, so I think you would have gotten some cute like emotes and stuff as well. So show off your cool emotes. But yeah, so yeah, just this really interesting short story, and I finished reading that. I don't know if I read the second one, but like the very first short story is like very like just one page, and it's just like speculating on like how weird like breasts are and like how like we have breasts and stuff. And so anyway, I'm trying to communicate with this person about the story and trying to have a conversation with them about the book. And so like I'm talking about, oh yeah, like the first story is about like the breasts and like trying to explain the second story, like, oh yeah, it's like in a video game and stuff, and like she's like, I'm confused. I'm like, well, look, I'm looking at the book cover, and like she's like, no, this story is like about a robot, you know, and like, you know, and I was like, oh, like, but it's the same story. Like I was, you know, I was pretty sure that was the cover of the book, and like I double checked and I was like, yeah, no, it's the same book and everything. Like I was just like super confused. Anyway, so like we're trying to talk about it and like just like not crossing over, because I hadn't gotten to the point in the short stories that I actually got to that specific story. So what I found out later, so luckily we became friends and we were chatting, and like now we've been like sharing music and things, which is really great, and we've gone to a concert again together, actually 2 concerts together again. She wants to introduce me to some of her other friends. She does not speak English like super great, which is an incentive for me to get a lot better at my Korean so I can communicate with her. But like one time she even like said to me, because like we mostly like communicate through translators, especially like when we need to speak like complex things, we usually use a translator. ChatGPT is great for translation, I will say. I don't use AI for lots of things, but translation is it's really good at, because it can like understand the context and like more complex things than like a literal translator, which can sometimes like translate things like oddly and doesn't really get the grammar, doesn't really get the context of like what you're trying to communicate. Also, Korean is quite a complex language, and like there's different levels of politeness as well. So like ChatGPT can like understand the politeness level you're trying to converse with them in. So like, yeah, just little things that like AI can actually do really well as a translator. I did end up like finishing reading the book. So I found out later that the book, the English translation, because it was the first time they'd ever translated any of Kim Bo-young's stories, they did a bunch of short stories, not just The Origin of Species, but like The Origin of Species I think is one of the longest stories in the book, so that's why they were like on The Origin of Species and other stories. So I was talking about a story that was in the English translation but not in the Korean publication. So the Korean publication is 3 like parts. One of the parts the English translation doesn't have because it got translated before that part was completed. I actually, when I was staying at a friend's place when I was house sitting for them before I left, she actually had the Korean copy. She's American, so but she speaks Korean like I think fluently because she can read novels in Korean, which I'm just so impressed by. Like, I wish I could do that one day. Welcome back. Yeah, so I ended up actually translating the entire third part with ChatGPT so I could read it, which turned out really well. Like, the actual story is really interesting. It's about this, it's essentially set in like a futuristic world where like there's no humans anymore, but robots have like essentially taken over society. And obviously like the robots have humanity, because they're the main characters, like they're the focal characters. And this main character Kay is studying at university, and she wrote a paper like several years prior to like the setting that we're in, about this idea of like organic material and biology, because like they obviously live in a world where they think like machines are like the only thing that exists. Organic material like plants and animals and like microbes and things like can't possibly exist. And so it's just like a theoretical, like this could exist. And like the earth is so uninhabitable for organic life. Like it's like, I think it's supposed to be like minus 100 degrees Celsius or something like that. Like it's almost like that if we had a nuclear winter or something. Like we don't know what happened to the humans, and like it's been so long that like human existence isn't even acknowledged, but like there's like knowledge passed down. Anyway, so like I highly recommend people read it if they're interested. So I'll try not to spoil anything. But essentially the story kind of follows Kay and how she meets this old friend who is part of a research group, like in one of the groups at the university, that they're not like really recognized as like proper academics, because they one of the people found Kay's old paper about organic biology, and they'd started to like experiment, and like they're bringing back organic material, so like they're able to control the environment and like make it warmer and like damper. But like these things like warmth and damp are like really harmful to the robots, because like it causes rust and like decay and things. And so it's like seen as like this really dangerous thing. And like obviously the atmosphere doesn't have that much oxygen, so they have to produce oxygen. I think like part of the turning point in the first part is them realizing that one of the controls is the atmosphere, and realizing that, you know, the old atmosphere would have had a high amount of oxygen. And yeah, so essentially like, yeah, the first part is, you know, Kay being part of this group, or like being pulled into like this research group, starting to research, them like bringing back some plants and things. And then the part ends with her deciding to leave. Like she has like this she like I don't even know if that like the robots aren't really like gendered either, but like sometimes they translate. Actually, the English translation, because Korean doesn't have she or he, they don't have gendered pronouns, so obviously trying to translate that from Korean into English is a little bit like ambiguous. So I think the original translation translated it as like no, just they use they them pronouns to everyone. You kind of get the gist that I think Cecil, who's like the other main character, like Kay's friend, is like female, like has like female body, like their robot models are like more closely modeled after humans, so they have like it describes it as like there's two forms of the models, and like one of them has like lumps on the chest essentially. So like I'm pretty sure Cecil has like boobies. Hold on, I just got a cough. But yeah, I think Cecil is like would technically be a woman because she got the boobies. But we don't really know if Kay is like male or female. Even though like when my AI was translating it, it used like it would swap the pronouns actually. Like sometimes it would use she, her, and like sometimes it would use he, him. Which is like obviously like it's so ambiguous. Like I think that's part of the point as well as like, you know, like robots don't really have genders. So it's a bit like it's also interesting because some robot models can show emotions and some of them don't, and it's seen as like a failing in their robot model. Like they're seen as like a lower class robot model because they show emotions. And the higher class robots like don't do that and they're more practical and things like that. It's just interesting how she like describes it, and like she world builds so well. So you're like thinking about all these different things, like, you know, yeah, how like robots consider each other like inferior or superior. But like, and it's also the question of like they have a understanding of like some things that have intelligence and life, like versus like some machines that don't technically like have life because they don't have intelligence, they can't talk, they can't like, they're just like an object, like it's funny because like some robots have like a toaster function, or like a car function, but they still drive a car or they still use a toaster. Like they don't use themselves. So it's obviously this world building of like obviously some of these robots were created to be like functional, but because they're also intelligent, they, you know, they have life versus these like just like a regular toaster does not have life, you know. Anyway, the book is like just like the way that she writes is just very interesting. And so like the first book like really like, you know, gets to this idea of like how can organic material be alive, like have life, like it doesn't move, it doesn't talk, it doesn't do any of these things, like how can it be alive? Which is just like so funny to us because like our perception of life is just absolutely different. I just like the way that she yeah, constructs this world and you know, presents these ideas of like, yeah, because like our brains are like, well, obviously the organic material is alive because like we know that it, you know, in our context, like organic people are life, but it presents this contrast as well and gets you thinking about like, oh, if we did live in an age of robots, would we consider robots to have life or have intelligence? Like at what point, you know, it's like this, it's turning it, it's essentially like subverting the, like what things would be like in a context where, you know, we were building robots and asking the question as to whether or not they have humanity in life. She does it in a lot of her stories, actually. This idea between, like, this kind of contrast between, you know, I guess just like putting humans in a different position to kind of get you to question around like, okay, what is humanity? What is intelligence? What is life? What is, you know, having personhood and meaning? And like this, yeah, particularly her, like a lot of her short stories do that, but particularly this series of the 3 parts on the origin of species, she really hones in on this. And she wrote the 3 parts, like, because she's a short story writer. She doesn't really write novels. And she'd wrote the first 2 parts like years and years ago, which is why the English translation only had the first 2 parts. But she finally finished the 3rd part in the last, like, I think she finished it in 2023, but that was around the time that the English translation was getting published. So I don't think that they wanted to, they should have just waited. Like, I think it should have just been a year and they would have just waited, but they decided not to wait. They just wanted to get it out sooner. But yeah, I was just glad that like I had a friend who had the Korean copy and I could just like translate it into English so I could get the ending and everything. And yeah, she just writes really well. It makes me want to read a lot more of her short stories. And yeah, the friend that I made actually recommended some other Korean authors to me as well, who like she really enjoys their writing style. So it's been really cool to like make this friend, you know, who can like introduce me to cool Korean artists. Actually, she sent me another musician. She introduced me to this band called, wait, what are they called? Oh goodness, what are they called? I have their music on my phone. What is it called? I'm gonna kick myself when I... Oops. Lacuna. Yeah, Lacuna is like a Korean band, and they recently released an album, and like the second half of the album has this like really big like progressive rock like arc, which is just so cool. Like I'd never heard a Korean band like that before, and I really love the album. But yeah, she introduced me to that album, which is really cool. And yeah, now I have a friend who can like ask to come to concerts and things. Like obviously like I go to concerts like more frequently than I feel comfortable inviting friends along every time too, but especially like specific concerts of like bands we want to go see. We actually went to go see the band again, like the band that we met at the band that was playing when we met. We went to go see again. It was like, and there was 3 other bands. It's kind of funny though because their bassist was sick, and I kind of felt like their performance wasn't as good as the first time. I actually ended up enjoying like the other 2 bands that played more. But maybe it's more to do with like hearing a set a second time. Although no, because I did that again with Cursor. So Cursor was a band that I went to see in Incheon, and it was like almost empty. Like the entire bar was like me. So it was the band, and 2 of the band members had friends that had come. I could tell that they were friends because like those particular band members had gone to like talk to those people, you know, be like, oh, thanks for coming and whatnot. And so it was just the band, their friends, me, and the second band that was playing, which I think one of them was the owner. And I think he just like plays every now and then. And they just did like cover songs of, you know, some classic rock songs and things. They were cute. They just weren't very like, they weren't like a band, like their own band. It wasn't their own music, so it wasn't as impressive. But I went to see Cursor there, and then I liked them so much, and I realized that they were playing on the same night as another band that I listened to at Channel 1969, which is kind of like a, I don't know, I don't think of them necessarily like punk rock exclusive, but like instead of like having like chairs set up and like seating and things and it being more of like a bar, it's like a little bit more of like an open floor. So there was a lot more like moshing and things like that happening. So it's very like that was like a really fun vibe. But there was a band there that I saw and like followed, and I realized that like they were both playing Cursor and Freen, who I'd seen at at that Channel 1969 place. Yes, I realized that they were both playing, and so I asked the girls who I met. Oh, and it wasn't just one person. Like there were 2, like there were friends there. But it's just Jihyun messages me more. Whereas the other friend, like she's really friendly. I just don't think she's like as outgoing with like chatting and things. But she came along as well. There were 2 other bands. One of them that was a little bit less rock, like they were a little bit more chill. And then the last one was Nordic death metal, which wait, let me just make sure I'm getting my friends' names right. That's so bad that I don't. It's so yeah. She's so sweet though. Ah! What? Oh, Raiders! How's everyone doing? What are you guys up to? What are you guys making? Raining on my parade. That's okay. We're just talking about music and things. Especially about like, Songju. Jihyun and Songju. How have you been? I've been good. Yeah, I've been back and forth between Australia and Korea lately. So my streams have been a little bit more choppy, but I'm currently back in Australia, so I've got a bit more of like a, you know, setup going and everything like that. But I'm going back to Korea next month, and we will have to figure out like what we want to do for streams. I'll probably end up like streaming in cafes and things, so I need to figure out a setup. I think I might buy like a fairly decent lapel mic, and then just like use my phone. I was working on a cable knit jumper from a pattern you found in an op shop. Oh, actually, I think I lurked in your stream and you were working on that, and I thought that was such a cool idea, like just finding a random pattern and then like trying to do like an old school crochet pattern or something. Wait, knit. So it'd be like a knitting pattern. But yeah, I thought that was a really cool idea. Just like finding something random and being like, I'm just gonna make this. How long do you think it will take you? Because I feel like jumpers are a little bit of like a slog. They take a while. I'm like 40 hours in. I almost finished the first panel, so I'm like a third of the way done. Wild stuff. Wow, 40 hours and a third of the way. Yeah, I feel like this is why I don't do wearables very often, because they do take a long time. But there is also something nice about like just working on a project consistently, and just knowing that like you're just jumping back into the same pattern, like it's not that complex. So I feel like there's positives and negatives of wearables. I think I want to do a cardigan at some point. I do need to like make something warm for me, because when I go back to Korea, it's going to be winter. And I do not have that many warm clothes. So I was considering making like some kind of cardigan. I just haven't decided what like yarn I want to get. I was thinking of just like a crochet is quicker than knitting, but either way the weather is warming up, so I don't have to feel the need to finish it for another 6 months. Yeah, I think you're in the opposite situation as me. It's like I will probably do like a hexa cardigan, and I think that would work up pretty quickly. Yeah, I forgot that knitting is slower than crochet, but it does use less yarn, so positives and negatives. I also really want to do like a jumper for my sister, which I think I will probably start. So currently my movements are going back to Korea for another 6 months, and then I'll be back in Australia for winter, because I hate hot weather. When I was considering like when I was coming back to, you know, what time I would come back to Australia, I'm like, you know, should I just come back like long term? Because I just did like a 3-month stint in Korea, and I'm like, no, I think I'm gonna go back. It's like I went to Korea when it was summer, and obviously winter here, and it was like so stuffy, and I don't want to just come back to Australia when it's summer. I don't want to do 2 summers in 1 year. I would much prefer to do 2 winters. So I'm going to go back to Korea for winter and then come back to Australia for winter next year. But that should be perfect timing for me to do like a jumper for my sister. She's had like a few like she has a Pinterest board with like crochet projects and things. She actually can crochet. I've always joked my ideal situation is having a house in either hemisphere and permanent living in autumn and winter. Yeah, that's like my ideal. That is what I would like to do. Yeah, so my sister like has a Pinterest board. She can crochet. I don't know if she can knit. I think she can just crochet. But she One of the things I really liked on her Pinterest board was like this jumper, and the body is knitted, but the arms are like crochet granny squares, and I really want to make it at some point. And I think it would make a really nice gift. Her birthday is in September though, so I'm like, do I crochet it over winter and then give it to her in September in time for it to be like summer? Like, I feel like that's too late. Like, I would kind of have to finish it before it's her birthday. So I have to think about this actually. Maybe I could start it in Korea and finish it in Australia. The only thing is that my sister's kind of picky with the materials, so it'd have to be like wool, and wool is obviously expensive, so it would definitely be an investment kind of gift for her. Also, there's an ad coming up in a couple of minutes, so if you're not subscribed, feel free not subscribed. Yeah, feel free to get up, stretch, take a break, just generally take care of yourself because you are a wonderful being. I will probably run to the bathroom actually. And Cameron and anybody who rated in, if you need to go take care of yourselves, if you need to rate and run, please go do that. Make sure you guys, yeah, look after yourselves because you guys are wonderful beings too. But yeah, otherwise stick around and we'll be continuing making some little pumpkins and talking about cool stuff that's been happening. Yeah, I'm trying to like just talk about all the things. I always like, I think I always get worried that like, if I talk about some things, like it won't be interesting and like people will find it boring, but I feel like it's just, you know, it's always better to just share things, and if people don't care, they can leave. Every time I give to someone something warm, it's been summer. The one time I finished something in winter, it was for a US friend, and it was summer for them. Yeah, like it's just, I don't know. And I feel like planning for specific things is just like kind of difficult. Like, I feel like you should just do the projects when you feel like, you know, you want to do them, instead of like pushing yourself to like do things at a time because like that's the time that you're supposed to do them. Yeah, so I feel like do what makes you happy, make what makes you happy, and if it doesn't come out in the right season, that's fine. They can just wear it next time winter comes around, you know, or summer, vice versa, you know, depending on, you know, if you make like a summer outfit and give it to them in winter or whatever, or like a winter outfit and give them to them in summer. But yeah, I think I want to make like that kind of jumper for my sister because I haven't made her anything big. I've made like my nieces and nephews a bunch of crochet things, but I haven't really made, and I've given my sister like, I made a little like frog and toad pair, like little hanging guys for her, and she loved those. And I gave her a few other like little bits that I'd made as well. But yeah, I haven't really made anything like intentionally, except for the frog and toad, intentionally for my sister. So as a birthday present as well. The frog and toad was supposed to be like a little bag charm. But my sister ended up loving them so much she didn't want to put them on the bags. So now they're just like little decorative pieces, but yeah. Also, these pumpkins are cute, thank you! I'm not sure like what you think of like the more earthy tone ones, but they're very cute. I like this pattern as well, like that is so satisfying to just like crochet a panel like this and then like put them all together. But yeah, I thought I wanted to do something spooky. I think we'll finish these. Oh, actually we also need to, before I finish stream, I'm still streaming for like another 2 hours or so, but in the last hour, so we'll probably work on this other pumpkin for the next hour. I love that. I totally get not wanting to use as a charm. Like, I know it's 4, but I don't want to do it. Okay. Ad is running. I'm going to be right back. Just going to finish this row. Okay, we'll be right back. And then I've got to count my rows and figure out how many more I've got to do. Unless someone wants to do it for me while I'm off stream. No, I'm going to be right back. I like the earthy tone pumpkins as part of a group, like with the other ones, a little pumpkin patch. Yeah, I think that's what I've seen like for a lot of those, like when you look at the pictures, like when people like put all the pumpkins get together and they have like a bunch of different colored ones. I think it does look good like that, but yeah, on its own, it's a little like, yeah, it's a little off, you know? But like these are just supposed to be like a little gift to like give to my friends. I could like, no, that's, I don't want to weave in all the ends. I was like, I could do like half and half and like, you know, like do one row and like it could be like a stripy pumpkin and like that way you get all the colors, but I don't really want to do that. The only issue is that like I have so much of this yarn I need to use and I don't know what to use it for. Surely I'll find a project eventually, but yeah, it's kind of, I bought it and I bought a bunch of it for it's supposed to be for a blanket. It's supposed to be this color. I had like a salmony kind of pink color, and there was a blue and a purple as well that I had, and I kind of regret my color choices because I never ended up finishing that blanket, and now I have a ton of the yarn I need to use up, and probably never will. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. Okay. We need to do 3 more rows. So we have 27. But yeah, little pumpkin patches are cute. I just, honestly, I could just kind of want to make some pumpkins, and I've got Circle tonight, which is why I need to finish the other project. It's a little like doily to go over like, because I'm part of like a coven. And we like do ritual like every like 8 times a year. Hold up, let me drink some water. Oh, that's better. Okay. So my wait, what do you call one of our carbon leaders had asked if I can make, like, because part of like what we do for ritual is we drink, not alcohol, but like, we usually just have like some kind of juice or cordial, because, you know, some covens drink wine, but like we're not really into that, I guess. And I guess a lot of us have to drive as well afterwards. Although you can have like 1 drink, I guess. But anyway, point is that we have like a jug that usually has juice or, yeah, something in it. And she wanted something to like be able to cover over the jug. And so, yeah, had asked me if I could like crochet something. And so I made this, I don't know if I can bring it over because it's currently blocking, but it's like a little cozy. I'm hoping this dries soon. I blocked it overnight, but the cats decided that it was a great little, I might just take these out. Hold up. I think it's like flat enough now that it should just dry, but like the cats decided to sleep on it overnight and this particular corner got like pulled up, so I think if I turn it over, it should hopefully dry by the time we have to go. And now it had cat hair on it. I got all the cat, most of the cat hair off. But yes, we need to sew on some little like weights. So I have like these beads that I found in my mum's cupboard that should work pretty well. They're quite like heavy, so they're like little metal beads, so they should work pretty well as like weights. Just so that when you throw it over the jug, it should like weigh down the edges so it doesn't like the wind doesn't blow it off. Even though I think like the cotton's heavy enough that it like probably wouldn't blow off, but it'll be a nice little addition. So yes, I finally finished that. But I've been finishing a few like work in progresses that I've been putting off for a really long time because Rhonda had asked me for that like earlier this year. Like I think like, oh goodness. Oh, I think it was like after Christmas. I think it was last year that she asked. And I just been like putting it off for so long. And like my mom, like another project that I finished recently was my mom asked for a little like cat, like a little cat amigurumi of their cat Puss Puss. And I've been putting that off for ages. Like I'd finished all the parts except for the head. I literally just had to finish the head, but I had gotten so frustrated with the entire project, with all the color work and everything, that I just like put it down and I had not picked it up again. And so I like was like trying to figure out what to crochet because like I got back to Australia and I had a couple of like crochet projects I wanted to do for like birthdays. So, you know, my youngest niece had her first birthday. I think it was her first birthday. In June? No, September. Yeah, it was September. Oh my goodness. No, my second youngest niece, her birthday is in June. And then because my youngest niece's birthday is close to my sister's. They are both Virgos. So yes, that's how I remember birthdays, I feel like. I have to associate them with something else half the time. But my nephew's birthday is also in December and I will not be here in December. So I needed to do something for his birthday and something for my niece's birthday. And so I did this little like monkey. I also like realized I had a bunch of yarn I need to get rid of. So I was like trying to think of like, okay, what projects can I make? Like I knew I had to make a dragon for my nephew. And I knew it had to be red because he'd asked for a red one. And it was going to be plushy. So I just like went through all my plush yarns to figure out like what I still had. Now I'm getting to the end of this row. Hold up. And I have to decide if I'm going to, because I did two different like bottoms of these. This one I did like a kind of decrease round. I definitely think I like this one better. This one's just like a little bit too gapey. I mean, you can't see the bottom, so it's not a big deal, but like, I think this one's kind of weird. Like it like kind of sticks out weird here and stuff. And like, I think this is just gonna go into like my cheapy. I don't know. I said last time, I was talking about strings last time. Luna was in here and we were chatting. And I was like, I don't think I want to do a market. And now I'm like thinking I might do a market. Excuse me, sorry. Like I just can't make up my mind and like decide what I want to do half the time. I'm like, oh, I could just do like a little one. Anyway, I'm going to the markets this Sunday. Hopefully it doesn't rain. It started to rain just now. I'm like, oh no, it doesn't rain this weekend. I mean, I guess it's only Tuesday, so I think we've got plenty of time before. Actually, let's check the weather. Let's check the weather for Sunday. Because this market gets rained out so much because at the showground, it just floods like crazy. So if it rains out, it says no rain. It's just supposed to be cloudy. So we will see. Got caught up in an IRL conversation, but I recently gifted a bunch of yarn to a couple of people to clear up my stock and then donated yarn as well. Yeah, I mean, I just like, I don't like I could just give it away. I don't really know anyone who like could use yarn though, I feel like. At least not like directly could use yarn. But like donating is fine. Like like whatever yarn I have left over when I do fully move to Korea, I probably will just donate, but or take with me if I can take it. But yeah, I'm trying to get rid of a bunch of stuff as much as I can. Because I think the main reason why I was like, oh, maybe I won't do market is because like you always have stock left over, and what am I going to do with leftover stock? But I was already thinking about just giving away all the crochet things that I made to my students, and I'm like, well, I could try and sell what I could and then just give away the leftovers to my students, you know? I did ship the yarn to people in 2 different states here and then also the US. Oh wow, okay, well that is impressive. I feel like if I was going to ship yarn though, I would just ship it back to me in Korea. Hold up, hold up. Oh no, I did one too many rows. Does that really matter though? Oh, it doesn't matter if I do an extra row. That is the question. I mean, I guess it doesn't. It doesn't matter if I do an extra row. I mean, I can just undo it. Oh, come on. I've got to decide. I'm just gonna... Oh, I don't know. I only ship acrylic yarn overseas, but I ship anything in country. Is acrylic yarn lighter than wool and cotton? Surely it is. Oh, border laws here are strict. Wait. But it doesn't matter if it goes out of the country, right? Okay, do I undo a row? Do I undo the row? That is the question. No, I'm not gonna undo the row. I'm not undoing the row. Besides, I'm curious to see what happens when you add an extra row. Actually, yes, I am going to undo a row because... No! Ah! Welcome back! Okay, we're gonna undo. We're gonna undo a row. We don't... Because it'll be like bulkier to like sew up if I have an extra row, so I don't want an extra row. Not that it'll make that much of a difference, but... I'm not allowed to ship stuff like wool and cotton overseas? Really? Is that like a Victoria thing? Or is that an Australia thing? Because I had no idea that there were restrictions on that sort of thing. I had no idea. Is it like a... Is it some kind of like exporting thing? Ah. Okay, I'm gonna Google this. Okay. You ship cotton. Like, I understand it coming in, but going out. The items in the prohibited items list are prohibited and must not be lodged for carriage by Australia Post. Hold up, where does it talk about organic material? fragile items. Packaging living requirements conditions. No, it is not sufficient. Fragile items must be protected. Cushioning materials such as wood wool, cotton wool. Wood wool, cotton wool, felt hat. No, that's not wool and cotton. I don't know. I don't. The AI overview says yes, you can ship wool and cotton overseas, but you must meet Australian export regulations and importing country requirements. I don't know. I can't say because it's animal and plant product, but because as an individual, I can't really prove it's being treated properly. But like coming in, like Australia is stricter than like other countries. Because like Australia is such a big exporter of wool. I don't know. I'm pretty sure the only things I've sent out of Australia have been acrylic, but yeah, I don't see anything. But I don't know. Because, like, I don't know. I guess it's up to, like, customs and stuff as well. I guess it's better to be safe than sorry. That's for sure as well. If you don't want to accidentally send something and, like, have it seized at, like, another country. It definitely would depend on the country, but I feel like America or, like, other places, they do not have nearly as strict of laws about importing exporting as Australia does. Like I would think that like you'd have more of an issue. Don't want to get in trouble. I feel like you'd have more of an issue bringing those things into Australia versus sending it out, unless you were sending it to like another island nation that has strict requirements just like Australia. But yeah, that's interesting. I've never heard that. I think I would be fine to like, I don't really buy wool very often. I don't think I have any wool yarn at all. I think I have cotton. And I did bring cotton yarn into Korea with me. And like, they don't have any restrictions or anything on that sort of material. So that was an issue. And then I shipped a bunch of acrylic yarn back to Australia, and that didn't have any issues either. So, but I think most of that was acrylic. But then it's like, what about cotton clothing? Are you not allowed to like ship cotton clothing? I don't know. Also, I've got to catch a train later and it's raining. Damn it. I'm gonna have to take an umbrella. I can wear my boots though. My booty boots. I've not worn them in a while. I'm also deciding what shoes to take back with me to Korea because it will be cold. And I was just wearing like my sneakers, but they... like my feet would freeze off in winter, I think, in those. I was in Melbourne Sunday during the storms. Oh, was there big storms in... I can't remember where it said on the website, but I swear I saw it months ago. I know, it's one of those things where you like, I know I saw it. And like, I don't doubt that you did see something that said something, because otherwise why would you assume that? But like, I'm wondering like, if it was like something that you might have misinterpreted as like, you can't send that specifically. I don't know. Because I did find like you can't, wood wool and cotton wool you can't use as like packaging. So it could have been something like that. I don't know. But yeah. I made sure to wear my shoes that help keep water out. Yeah, I was thinking like I should definitely take some boots. Definitely take some boots. So that my feetsies don't get cold. But I'm trying to decide whether or not to still take my sneakers. So I will be there for 6 months. So it's not going to be cold the entire time. Like the weather will warm up. So yeah, just trying to think on like what I should do. Maybe I could like take over some boots and like leave them there. Because when I come back for winter here, I probably won't need, I do have like several, I have more shoes here than I would in Korea. But it would mean I wouldn't have to take them back and forth. I don't know. I'll worry about this another time. I shouldn't worry about this right now. Okay. Pekin. I really don't want my yarn to snap. That's the only thing. Pumpkin, we're making a pumpkin. Pumpkins are so cute. Pumpkins are the cutest. Man, I wish pumpkins were a thing all year round. But then again, they wouldn't be as special if they were a thing all year round. Although technically you can just get pumpkins any time of year. You know, we live in a world where like seasonal foods are not really a thing anymore. But yeah, I'm definitely like trying to consider like keeping. Okay, I found a list that is USA that says wool is prohibited. Food of any kind is prohibited, but I send packaged food all the time. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I wonder like... Because I feel like if you buy yarn from a store, like... It's not gonna be... Like, that shiz has probably been through like a lot of decontamination processes, so I can't imagine it would be very like... Yeah, so maybe it was like US. I don't doubt that there's probably like some states and things as well that like are a bit more restrictive with what you can and can't send. Okay. I think this tail is actually long enough for me to cut and use the rest of this yarn, so I'm going to do that. Yeah, because I feel like wool is definitely more risky than cotton. Because, like, that's a, you know, on animals. But it could just also be referring to, like sending, like, a straight up, like, what do you call, like, the... I'm cooking some beef biscuits to turn into a pie, and then I'll start thinking of getting ready for work. Nice. Enjoy your brisket and your work. Raw wool. Yeah. Like raw wool, like that hasn't been treated. Like surely like wool that you buy from like Spotlight or, you know, like a yarn brand. Surely that doesn't count. Because again, like what if you send like a wool jumper over? Like I don't think they're prohibiting wool jumpers or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, again, better to be safe than sorry. Especially with the way America is at the moment. Pulling this together makes me think that like a cute little like pumpkin pouch would be so cute. Okay, let's get all this in there. Don't know if we'll need more. But yeah, I always find Australia is like one of the strictest when it comes to like what you can and can't bring in. So I almost never expect, like going to Korea, I was like not worried. Coming back, I was like definitely worried. Although I think I brought a leaf in that I probably shouldn't have. Like I had like a little dried leaf in my notebook, and probably shouldn't have technically brought that into Australia. Don't tell anyone. Border patrol coming into my house like re-roll. I'm sorry, we're gonna take this leaf. Like a little bag, the top could be a stem and the drawstick could be vines. Yeah! I think that's probably like a pattern out there somewhere. Like a pumpkin bag. I was like looking up pumpkin patterns. And there were so many cute ones. Watching border security growing up is traumatizing. I just like, some people are so dumb. Like, like they're just like so. It's like, why did you think that that was a good idea? You know, like, why didn't you declare that? Like, just people bringing in like fish, like, you know, like especially like wooden things is a big one as well. Like, I went for a hike a few days before I was flying back to Australia, and I ran my shoes through the washing machine because I did not want to have soil on the bottom of my shoes because they're very picky with things like soil and things. Your friend brought back dried up coral from the Philippines, and afterwards she was like, I'm surprised I didn't get in trouble. Yeah, I mean, if she declared it, she probably wouldn't have been able to keep it. But, you know, like, I think wood is like, yeah, I don't know. Like, can you bring like seashells? I think it's more like wood can have like types of like bugs and things in them. I think that's why like wood is like prohibited. I love watching the border patrol and security shows, but man, some of those situations are wild. Yeah, like people are like, why are you bringing? Why did you think that was a good idea? Like, especially like foodstuffs and things as well. Like people thinking like, oh yeah, I'll just bring this in, and it's like, no. My parents, like, my parents have only had like, they go to New Zealand fairly often. They had like a pretty funny experience where my mom had brought some mandarins to like eat on the plane. And she forgot to like throw out the mandarin peels. And when they got to New Zealand, like the sniffer dogs were going crazy around my mum's bag. And luckily they didn't get a fine because they were, you know, the people were really understanding, but like they found the mandarin peels and then she was like, oh my goodness, I didn't realize they were still in there, like kind of thing. And it's like, yeah, you should be really careful. The fish ones are always crazy. It's like bringing a whole ass fish into the country anyway. Like, what? Why do you need this? Hold up. So funny. People be like, I'm gonna bring a whole ass fish into the country. Yeah, but like as an Australian, you just kind of, an Australian who travels as well, you kind of just get used to don't bring anything back. Be very careful about what you bring back. It'll be insulated and wrapped up in enough glad wrap to try and mask the smell. Yeah, like, I guess, like, I had an experience where I saw people coming back with medications. I think they were coming back to Australia with certain medications, and they got in trouble because they had packed one person's medications in like a different person's suitcase. Anyway, and I remember hearing the Border Patrol officer telling them off for that. So like I've always been like super conscious about like medications and stuff as well. But I do feel lucky as an Australian, because really we are one of the worst countries when it comes to Border Patrol and customs and things like that. So I at least have the security of like, you know, like it's never an issue when I go overseas. That I know that coming back, at least I'm like a citizen and I speak the language. But like I feel so bad for like people who, yeah, foreigners coming in and they like make a mistake like that, and you know, it's like super stressful for them. I feel bad. I've seen people talk about how they weren't allowed to have their knitting needles on a plane. I feel like that. Yeah. I was very conscious of my scissors. Like I took these scissors on the plane and these are allowed. I would have had tapestry needles though, so, but I think as long as they don't come to a point, they're fine. But yeah, these scissors are within regulations. The blade has to be less than like 5 centimeters, I think, and they have to be blunt as well. And they'll have the cable needles and the guard will cut the cables. Oh, I would cry so much if like oh no! I would cry. I'd be like, I'm not going on the plane, just let me go back. I want to go back. I want to go home and crochet. I don't want to go on this trip anymore. But yeah, I was very conscious like getting on the plane. Yeah, I mean, luckily crochet is like a hook, so it's fine. But I never thought about knitting needles. People are said to keep the needles in a pencil case. Oh, I guess then, because like, when it goes through the scanner, it looks like pencils, or... Let me look this up. I guess it would depend on like the size of the knitting needles as well. Like if they were really thin ones, those seem more dangerous. And if they're metal, like maybe plastic ones would be fine. Knitting needles on plane. Yes, you can generally take knitting needles on planes, both in carry-on and checked bags, although rules can vary by country and specific airline. It's best to use plastic, wooden, or circular needles if it's less likely to cause security concerns than metal ones. While metal needles are often allowed, they might trigger a more thorough inspection. Always check with your airline and destination country airport. Yeah, I think it's very touch and go. I guess sometimes, like, technically they should be okay, but obviously people have had situations where... Yeah, it's saying yes, but I think those border security patrols are just being assholes, probably, more than anything. I'd say it also just depends on the guard. Some would probably let them through, but other ones might be assholes. Yeah, it definitely sounds like maybe someone was being like a little bit power hungry, being like, oh, you can't have, it's dangerous, you gotta stop someone. They're going to stab someone with their knitting needles. Honestly, like... Probably, like... That could be, you know, anyway, I'm not gonna suggest anything, but you know, could like, I feel like you could injure someone with a metal needle if you really tried. So like, I feel like fair, but like also, it's just a little old lady. Yeah, I guess that's one of the reasons why I crochet. You can't go wrong. It's just the scissors I was more worried about. Meanwhile, America TSA interrogates you if you even have the slightest hint to being Arabic. Yeah, that was the other thing I was wondering. I was like, were they a person of color? Or were they white? Because yeah, I don't doubt people have had issues with it, but I think it's probably very dependent on a few different things as well. Hold up, did I increase? No, single crochet. Okay, I hope I can make one more pumpkin in the next hour. When did I start this pumpkin? Can someone check in the VOD? Tell me how long this has taken. Or if someone remembers what time I started. I can also finish sewing on the thingos on the train as well. I don't think it would take too long. I could also like do it while I'm at like at the place and finish it before we start the ritual. And I don't think it will take that long. Sewing. Probably like half an hour. Yeah, I feel like that. I feel like I remember saying, you know, I'm streaming for 2 more hours, and that's around the time that I did start this pumpkin, so. See, this is a good playlist. I like this one. This one's definitely going to be a staple for the week, a spooky week. It's been having so much trouble finding decent lo-fi playlists. Spooky lo-fi playlists. Like, none of them have been spooky. This one has been sufficiently spooky. Also, I need to be conscious of not like sewing this too close to my chest because then you guys can't see. Oh no. Now that I've kind of got the hang of this pattern, sewing on the little bits and pieces is not too bad, to be honest. Okay, let's get rid of this end. Okay. But yeah, I definitely, travel just makes me so stressed. I feel like my brain, like I haven't even bought my flight back to Korea yet, but ticket prices are so expensive and I don't know why. I think I googled it this morning. It says something about Thanksgiving, but I'm going from Sydney to Korea. Like, what does that have to do with American Thanksgiving? Like, America's on the other side of the world, guys. Like, come on. Like, that doesn't make any sense, but that's what it said. Apparently that's why ticket prices were high. Although maybe it didn't take into account like the career aspect. Maybe the summary just what I meant in general, but yeah, why America be messing everything up? But yeah, I was expecting the flight prices to go down, and they just haven't. And I don't know whether or not I should just buy my flights or if I should just wait a little bit longer. I think I might wait at least another week, and then I'll probably buy my tickets regardless of the prices. I just hope that the cheapest doesn't end up being Jetstar again, because I did not enjoy flying with Jetstar last time. They were just so stingy, like with everything. It was like everything was an add-on. They had the screens on the back of the chairs, but like everything was like paywalled. You know, it was like, oh, if you want to, you know, it was like, it was a whole ass like Netflix subscription. Like I was like, I could just, like I just ended up watching, you know, shows on my phone because, you know, that's, hold up. Because like that's what I had downloaded. But like on the T-Way plane, like when I went to Korea the first time, the backs, like there was no like screen on the backs of the chair, so like they had this little oops, they had this little pocket instead, and so you could kind of like wedge your phone in the top of the thing, and you could have your own little screen. But because the Jetstar decided they wanted to have like a fancy ass, I think next time I might like bring some blue tack or something and just like blue tack my phone to the screen. Or even like tape or something. Like just tape it up or something. I also got on the plane and realized I'd forgotten to charge my phone beforehand. Like I had been like charging my headphones and I didn't even think, you know, to like put my phone on charge, and like it was like super low. So like me being the dumbass that I am, definitely regretted that. And so I was like trying to charge my phone, but it was taking forever to charge, and I was worried that like it wouldn't charge, like that the voltage was so low in the USB ports that like my phone just wouldn't charge. Luckily it did get to 100% throughout the time I was on the plane, so you know I'm less stressed about it now. But yeah, at the time I was like freaking out. I was like, oh my goodness, I'm not gonna have enough phone charge. Good old blue tack. So yeah, luckily I was fine, but yeah, I was freaking out. I was like, oh no, what if I like get to Australia and I have no charge on my phone and like I can't contact anyone. Although I did get to Australia and the Wi-Fi in the Sydney airport wasn't working, and I did not have a phone plan at the time. Like, because I canceled, so what I'd done is I canceled my phone plan before I went to Korea. Because I had like a postpaid plate. I've had this number for ages. I had a prepaid plan with Aldi for ages. And then I switched over to Dodo because I used them for internet, and they were going to give me a discount on both my internet and my my mobile plan if I had both with them. So I signed up for a mobile plan and I pulled my number over. And then obviously I was leaving the country, so I was like, well, I don't really need my number. Like, I'm not going to pay 3 months for phone number that I'm not going to use. So I cancelled my Dodo, you know. I always have a portable battery with me just in case. Yeah, I need to get a portable battery as well. I need it for streams, if I'm going to do streams in cafes. I might actually see if my dad has like a spare one, because he has a ton of portable batteries. So yeah, yeah, get to the airport. But yeah, so I canceled my phone plan, but like with prepaid plans, if you just don't, you know, if you cancel like you pretty much cancel automatically renewing your prepaid plan. Like, so it's not really like a postpaid plan. Anyway, long story short, when I canceled my phone plan with Dodo, they stole my number, essentially. Like, they just, like, completely obliterated it. Like, I couldn't receive any text messages or anything, but normally with prepaid, your number still works. Like, you can still get, like, activation codes and things like that. But, yeah, because, like, it was a postpaid plan, they, like, took everything. Dodo took everything from me. And so, getting back to Australia, I have no number. Had no data or anything, and like I had to like and then like for some reason, yeah, Sydney airport Wi-Fi wasn't working. Stupid Sydney airport, don't know why, but yeah, it was like not working, which was very frustrating. And then I had to like get out and like find McDonald's. I found McDonald's to connect to the McDonald's Wi-Fi because yeah, thankfully it was working. I was just like kind of standing outside awkwardly being like, just stealing your Wi-Fi here. Yeah, so that I could call my dad and figure out where to go, because like it's so crazy. We just live in a day and age where like we're so reliant on our phones for everything, that it's crazy to think that like, you know, 20 years ago you did not just have a mobile phone in your pocket, where you could just like call someone and be like, hey, I'm here, like had to organize a meetup time in a specific time that you're going to be there. But it's like if you were running late, like how did you know like what was going to happen? I don't know if they're allowed through airports or not. Battery packs? Yeah. Portable battery packs. You're not allowed to have them in your no, you're not allowed to have them in your checked on luggage, so you have to take them on carry-on because there's a risk of them exploding on the plane in your bag while the plane is flying. So cute. I know, they are so cute. Okay, let's try to do one more. We've got I don't know, we'll see. Hopefully we have time. Okay. 13 stitches, second chain from the hook. Crochet back. And I also, let me think. What time I think to catch the train in time I have to leave. Let me double check this. Ooh. Hold on. Because it might be cancelled. Okay, it might end up getting cancelled because another person can't make it. So if that's the case, we do not have to rush and we can stream for longer. So, and I don't have to go out in the rain. I mean, the weather is not so good, so if we were to postpone, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But like, there's a part of me that does want it to be cancelled because I don't really want to leave the house anymore with the rain and everything. And I am feeling a little bit under the weather, so we will see. We will see. I just want to make more pumpkins. Oh, but like, if we don't have Circle tonight, then who am I gonna give my pumpkins to? Because if we meet in a fortnight, then it's gonna be past Halloween season. I'm just gonna make something else. Anyway, I can always just chuck them in my little basket and like save them for another year. I was thinking about like crocheting little things for like Halloween. And I kind of don't. I like was getting so overwhelmed with it. That's why I didn't stream like on Friday, was it? First day that I like didn't stream. And the other 2 days was like me just like not feeling great and just wanting to kind of like rest. And also my parents had like gone away that weekend, so I was trying to take the opportunity to cuddle with the cats a lot because my cat Ro, ever since I've gotten back, has not been cuddling with me. Like he's such a cuddly boy, but he's like completely betrayed me and like gone to my parents ever since I left, which I guess, you know, I technically betrayed him first by leaving, so, you know, kind of fair. Maybe he's just trying to punish me, but also there's an ad coming up in a couple of minutes, so if you're not subscribed, feel free to get up, stretch, take a break, and just generally take care of yourselves because you guys are wonderful beings. But yeah, he hasn't been cuddling with me. He's been like jumping up like as though he wants cuddles, but like as soon as I go to like touch him, he like runs away. It's been very upsetting and frustrating, so, you know, I wanted to take the opportunity. So while my parents were away, he did cuddle with me twice while I was sitting in Dad's chair. But he hasn't done it since. He's been in my room and he's also like gone back to my dad for cuddles and stuff, like since they've been back. But he hasn't gone back to cuddle with me, which makes me very sad. And I just don't know what I'm doing wrong. Why doesn't he love me? So I took some days off because I knew that if I'm streaming, obviously I'm not available for cuddles. Luckily, Jinx has been giving me cuddles because she's lovely. She's been coming out a lot, being very snuggly. Tiger's been giving me cuddles as well. He's my parents' cat. So yes, I have been getting affection, just not from the one cat that I mostly came back for. Like I was not sure if I was gonna like do a visa run and just go straight back to Korea, or if I wanted to come back to Australia for a few weeks. But when I was pet sitting for my friend, she has this big poodle and he is so like needy. And just his neediness was like reminding me of Ro and Ro's neediness. And it made me miss him so much. I was like crying and like cuddling this dog while I was like missing my cat. And it made me realize that I really wanted to come back to Australia. So I literally came back for Ro, and he, little bugger, won't even cuddle me anymore. So I don't want to force him. Like, there's been a couple of times he's been sleeping, so I've kind of like picked him up and like cuddled him a little bit, but he's not a fan. Like, he doesn't really relax very much, and like as soon as like I kind of let go of him, he kind of runs away. So I don't know what to do. Like, I miss him. Just love me, Ro. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom in a second while the ad goes. And drink some water. Okay, be right back. I was also going to make a cup of tea, but then I decided that it was going to take too long. So I was like, I'll just come back. I'll just come back. I mean, I can just jump up and like go make a cup of tea really quickly when the kettle's boiled. Because that doesn't take that long. I also messaged to add that I don't mind postponing because of the rain. I'm like, oh, if we do postpone. It will not be too upsetting because it is cold. Speaking of being cold, I just want to grab my cardigan. Ugh. It's better. So I'm gonna move my energy trigger piece of it. I don't know, does the cutoff annoy my wings? There we go, that's perfect. Okay. Happy with that. I was like, oh, it's actually a little small. Well, I am small. I'm canonically 6 inches tall. I can shapeshift, but I cannot shapeshift for extended periods of time. So I do shrink back down to my 6-inch height. I'm a little small bean. I'm a little small fatty. I also have a dragon form. But again, I can, you know, I have a small, you know, natural form and I can shapeshift into a larger form, but I can only sustain it for short periods of time. That is my lore. I do have lore. I don't talk about my lore very often, but I do have character lore. I am actually a fairy. Sometimes I like to just like go to my happy place and like imagine like my little glade. Hanging out in my little glade. I don't know if I can use like my extra things on my stream when I do my cafe streams. I mean, I could if I use my laptop, but I want to avoid having to lug my laptop around to do streams because it's just heavy, especially having a laptop and my crochet. Having done it a couple of times, I definitely noticed that was like one of the frustrating things about being out and about and streaming, was that, yeah, having to lug my entire laptop and everything is like, and the webcam, like just having a webcam, it'd just be so much easier to just be able to have my phone up, like crop my phone up and use that instead. So yeah, that's what I've been thinking. Like, my dad also has like a second phone, so then I could use this phone, like the one that, you know, my regular phone, and then use the second phone for chat. So I'm feeling like that could work really well. I'll just have to get like some kind of like arm clamp thing that I can like clamp onto a table. I'd have to get a microphone that connects to my phone and a battery pack, which I think I'll see if my dad has a spare one as well, that I can possibly take. I don't know, I feel like he needs, like, you know, he uses all the battery packs that he has, but there's one that he doesn't use. I will gladly take it. Okay, let's see if... Oh. Okay, we're going to cancel tonight. Okay, so that is fine. We do not have to rush off anywhere anymore. We can just stream, keep streaming, and stream some more. Okay, now that my brain is not distracted anymore. I feel like I was talking about something ages ago that I didn't get to finish my train of thought on. Oh yeah, what was I talking about before Raid? We were talking about music. Let me see if I can remember. Oh yeah, I was talking about how, like, so I've been out to a few like different like music places and things. And how like I don't really listen to a lot of like punk rock like music like in my headphones, you know, like I there's a couple of like pop rock, there's some pop punk that I listen to, but like punk I haven't really listened to, but like listening to it live is so fun. Oh yeah, the other thing was like the Nordic death metal group. Yeah, so I went to this concert. I brought along Jihyun and Songju, and Jihyun also brought another friend as well, and Songju was like super excited for the Nordic death metal because like she really likes metal and stuff. So it was like a nice balance. Like, you know, we had like all these different bands and like there was something for each of us to enjoy. That's one of the things that I like about a lot of these like places that do like a bunch of bands that have like, you know, a group of sets in the one evening, is that you get to like sample like a bunch of different like indie bands in the area, and like you can kind of, you know, go home and like look up the ones that you really liked, and you know, you don't have to listen to the ones that you didn't like so much again, but you know, it's also just nice because like even if you don't like love a specific band, like one of the bands, it's called Frame, and they like I've actually downloaded their music since and like listened to it. They're not like, I don't know what, like they're punk. They're not like punk. They're like a I don't know, they're just kind of fun. I don't know how to say, like, hold on, I can probably play some of their music. Punk does sound better live. Yeah. I was like, even like garage stuff. Hold up, let me find. I'll play some of their music and you can tell me what style of punk this is. Alternative punk? I don't know. It's a little bit more like garagey. I don't know if we're gonna get ads listening to this, but hold up. Let me see if I can. Ah, the ads. Oh, I can't remember who's my favorite. Hold up. Just skip the ads. I can't remember which one of the songs are my favorite ones, but I guess it's just punk, right? Genres blend together for me. I don't understand the differences sometimes. Yeah, I mean, I know it's like some flavor of punk, but it's like happy. Beach punk or summer punk? Yeah, like a happy kind of, yeah, like I guess, yeah, beach punk, summer punk. Yeah, sounds like a good definition. Hold up, they've got a, what's the one that I really like?
Just shake, sizzle.
Ads. Hold on, I'm trying to... They've got one song that every time I get it stuck in my head, I'll like sing like the first line and my brain will like start singing the Mario theme song. It's more summer punk, something you play on a hot day. Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's kind of got that, yeah, that kind of lively vibe. But yeah, their set is so good because like the band members are just so charismatic and funny. Like they do this bit, they like introduce each band member because I've seen them do it twice because I've seen them twice. And like the first time I watched them, they were all wearing like hard hats. And then the second time they kind of changed up their style to like wear bandanas. So like I had seen them the first time and then I was like crocheting like little keychains because I was thinking, oh, maybe I can make some keychains to like give to the band members. I don't know if this is that like a weird thing to do? Opinions, please. Like, is it a weird thing to like crochet like little keychains for the band members and give them to them? Because I did that for Zydenew. Like they had like these little like characters that were different colors. They've also got a Yeti and I kind of want to crochet a Yeti for them as well next time I go see them. But yeah, I actually, yeah, crocheted these little men. They're on my Instagram actually. And the second time I saw them, I noticed the drummer had like the keychain on his bag.
Grammarly now
not weird in Korea. Would it be weird here? Why is it not weird in Korea? But it would it be weird in Australia? In America? Okay, it's not this one either. Is it the Three Little Pigs?
Grammarly now.
Shut up, Grammarly. Nobody loves you. Must be the next album. What's weird? Giving band members keychains.
Just sizzle.
Oh, wait.
Pour. Shake. Oh, cheeky.
Stop it!
Masterpiece. You made it.
Stupid ads.
Optimum Pro.
Go away!
Expertly formulated.
Oh, it's under the table deal. Oh, yes. This, yeah, okay.
Pumped Gen.
Okay. It's more that there's less fan interaction in America than Korea. I mean, I think it's just because it's like they're indie group, like they're small groups. They're like right there. Like you can go and like talk to them after a show and stuff. And like it's kind of nice to like show support and like, oh, I really like this band. Like I thought about them. So like I crocheted these little hard hats because they were wearing hard hats the first time I saw them, and then the second time I saw them they weren't wearing the hard hats anymore. But I hadn't actually crocheted enough to give to the band members, so I think I was thinking of like, they've got a cool logo that I was thinking of trying to crochet like a little like, you know, flat strip. You have a yarn duck looking at you. Anyway, so they do this like funny bit with like each of the band members. So obviously the lead singer is like talking as he's, you know, in between songs, and like they're just really good at like crowd interaction. Every time I've seen them, they've just been like really good at like getting the crowd engaged and like, you know, what is a 3-string street? What? Under the table deal. So yeah, they're just, I really like that. Yeah, so I love watching them live, but I was like, oh, maybe I wouldn't like really listen to them, you know, in stereo. And then I ended up like downloading their songs because I had this song stuck in my head, like the you know, it always makes me think of like the Mario theme, so I get stuck in my head so often. Yeah, like the way that they run their set, and so like yeah, the band member will like, the lead singer will like introduce each of the band members and like they'll talk about themselves. And so you know, you have I can't understand people except for the bassist, who he puts on this bit, and I don't even know if like how well he actually speaks English, but like he lived in Canada for like 10 years, and so they call him like the Canadian, you know, they're like, oh, he's Canadian, you know, and then he gets on the mic and he's like talking in like really bad English. He's like, hello, you know, like, or like, thank you so much, like, and like with the like accent, and I don't know if he's putting it on or if he actually speaks English that badly, because like I'm like, if you lived in Korea for that long, if you lived in Canada for that long, like surely your English is better than that, but like, you know, you never know. But like but it's just, they're so funny. So like I just like going to watch them for the sake of their set itself, because they just do it so well. This kind of feels like a Sublime band beat. Sublime is in just like really good, or does Sublime mean something specific? But yeah, I've been trying to think about like if I could do like a stream, like a live music stream. I don't know, would that be fun? Like if I were to like take my streaming setup to a band and like, oh, Sublime is a band from the 90s. Yeah, I was like, is that like a specific band or something? But yeah, I have grown to really enjoy their music, I have a lot of their music on. Because I've noticed like a lot of our community members are really into like, you know, music. So I feel like it could be something that like people would really enjoy. So yeah, I don't know. And I don't know, I feel like it could be something that like bands could really like as well. Because like, you know, they're getting promotion and stuff. Like venues as well, getting promotion, which is cool. Oh, and the guitarist is a girl, the woman. Sorry, she's a woman. And she's so cute. Like, so on their Instagram, they each have like a little bio about it. I think like this band in particular is just really good at like marketing themselves. Because they each have individual bios. And obviously they're all in Korean, so I had to like translate them. But apparently she's left-handed, but she learned how to play guitar right-handed because the guitar that she wanted was only a right-handed guitar. Like it was like this pink guitar that she wanted, and like she didn't like, all the left-handed guitars were ugly. So she taught herself how to play right-handed so that she could have the cool guitar, which I just think is so funny. I want to make her something like really cute as well. I don't know, and I just like, I don't know if that's weird to be like, oh, I'm gonna make something for like a band member and stuff, but I mean, I guess fans make stuff for bands and things, so it can't be that weird. It's just hard because like my Korean is super amazing. Iconic. I know, right? It's just like that's the most amazing thing ever. And like, yeah, like they just have cool, funny vibes. They kind of banter on stage and stuff. And even though I can't understand them, they just have like a really good
Grammarly
a
now
really good
uses
vibe.
AI
So
to help you write,
yeah, okay,
not just
Grammarly.
revise.
Maybe you shouldn't use AI for everything. But I have noticed they have some of these songs recorded that they don't play live. And I kind of wish they did. But yeah, they seem really cool. And like a lot of the bands were like, so you'll have like a couple of bands play throughout the night. Handmade stuff is cool. Yeah, I mean, because I did it for Zybnew, and then, you know, like I saw the second time I went to see them, I saw the drummer with the keychain. So like obviously they like them. The other one that I did, so I did 2 keychains. The other one was for Cursor, who, I don't know what genre they would be. Giving me AI. That is not what I want. Is this right? No. Wait, there are 2 Cursor bands. Long way around. Oh no, there they are. Hold up. Hold up, I found one of their shorts. Oh, wait. Sorry. Ah! Shut up! Casa! Stop it! It's not your turn yet. The first time, okay, so the first time I went to see Cursor, the guitarist made a joke. So like the bassist has like long hair, which I feel like isn't like super common, but like he made a joke of like, oh yeah, he doesn't have a boyfriend, and like the guy's like, what on earth? Like, this joke, I was like, why should you make a joke that your friend's gay when he's not gay? Like just because he's got long hair. But I wish I had like lunchtime, let's go. I mean, obviously I'm not gonna walk up to him and be like, actually you shouldn't make gay jokes around your friend. But like I was a bit like, oh no. But like if I had a good enough Korean, I would want to say to the bassist like, oh, I love that you like subvert gender expectations with your hair. Like it's really cool. But I don't know how to say that in Korean, you know? Nom nom time. Anyway, that was Frame. I feel like we should make a habit out of listening to indie Korean bands on stream.
Responding to emails takes time,
Okay,
but not
thank
with
you,
Grammarly. In a few clicks, Grammarly's generative AI
And I don't know what you call like these guys. They go soft and hard a little bit. When we went to see these guys and Frame, this was Jihyun's favorite out of all of them. It was so funny because we were translating and she was typing cursor into the translator, but it was coming out like there's a Korean verb that means to grow up that kind of is similar to cursor. Because she was typing it out in Korean and it kept on like translating. It was like, oh, I really liked, you know, them to grow up or something. And I was like, what on earth is like she trying to translate? And then we realized that like, that's why like sometimes translators do not work so well. Before you know it, you'll be punk like me. I have been looking at like punk crochet patterns and things. I have been like looking at more like punk outfits and stuff. I've been trying to figure out how I can dress more punk. I can be punk. I can be punk. I would like to be more punk. I just don't know how to be more punk. So maybe you can help me. I think the lead singer of this band has a very good voice. And he actually messaged me as well as like a, you know, fan, or I assume it was him, but whoever owns the account on Instagram, and like thanked me for coming. He's really nice. Like he comes around and like because the first time I went to see him, I was like one of the few people there. The other two people were like just friends of band members. And like I just so happened to go that night. I'm so glad I did because, you know, I got to see them again the following weekend and take some friends to go see. Oh, but I made a blunder because like my Korean's not so good. So like the second time we saw them, he obviously recognized me. It's like I'm the only foreigner. So of course like people recognize me and remember me. But like he saw me and like said hello, and I was like, oh, I said hello, and then I tried to say I brought a friend, but I said 보았어요. Which means I saw them, like I saw something. So like I literally said, kind of like, look, friend, instead of being like I brought a friend. And I totally did not stay up until 5 a.m. the next day because I was so anxious about that blunder. Look, friend! I saw a friend! I didn't really know within the context like what it would have really sounded like, but like... it just came up like, see, friend, look! But yeah, it was great. We saw them. Hopefully we go see them again. I'm sure like they're very happy to have like, I think a lot of places as well, they enjoy like, I think a lot of them probably don't feel comfortable like talking to foreigners because their English is not so good. Look, friendo. See my friend. Look at my friend. I'm not alone this time. So yeah. I would definitely like. I will hopefully go see them again sometime. I'm sad that like I won't be there for Halloween because there are a couple of cool Halloween shows happening, but hopefully I can see them again, or like see some of those bands again. I would definitely go see Frame and Cursor again because I love Cursor's music. I'm enjoying Frame's music now, and I love their set. I just don't want to go like every single time they have a show. And like seem like a creepy stalker fan as well. That's the other thing. I don't want to be like seen as like, oh, this person's like coming to all our shows, like how creepy. But maybe I'm just like overthinking it. Like, I don't know. It's just harder because like I guess it's a little bit like, you know, being a small streamer versus being a large streamer because like there's this element of like.
Grammarly now uses.
Okay, thank you, Grammarly. Shut up. Oh yeah, this is one. Yeah, they have like some heavier songs as well, which is funny because they all look very like, you know, rock, especially the bassist. He looks the most like into rock, like punk, you know, punk. I think they'd love to notice regulars. Yeah, I would hope so. Oh. But because their band is called Cursor, I crocheted like a little like mouse cursor. But I was looking for patterns and I could not find a single cursor pattern. Like every time I searched for it, like mice patterns would come up, and I wasn't even searching like mouse, like computer mouse or anything like that. But like searching cursor came up with a mouse, which is like so weird. Also, all the lyrics are in Korean, but I'm not really the sort of person who like listens to lyrics anyway. I was introducing my dad to Lacuna because like they have like some of the cool punk rock songs and stuff. Not punk rock, progressive rock. And one of the songs came on and he was like, oh, what's this song about? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't understand it. The line for stalker is way higher in Korea. Like, you gotta be following them home to be a stalker. I mean, how do you know this? Are you going off like K-pop fandom as well? I don't know. Like, because I just feel like I don't know. I think it's also just like, yeah, it's the parasocial nature of like, okay, so when you got streaming, like you're watching someone and it's like, you know, like it can get to a point where like you can kind of feel like you know that person even though you don't. And it's especially like more prominent, I find, with like smaller streamers because you're actually like talking back and forth with someone, like you're really interacting with people. So like the line can get more blurry in that context. Whereas with larger streamers, like at least for me, I feel one of the reasons why I prefer to watch larger streamers is I'm just a little bit of a lurker. Like I just like to watch someone's content from afar. Like I don't necessarily enjoy like sitting and chatting unless it's like a topic of conversation like I want to engage in. We were chatting about this with Miss Fire earlier actually, but like a parasocial thing, me listening to Mainskin songs in Italian, like what's your favorite song that there's about? I don't know. yeah. Like it goes to like I listen to a lot of Japanese music as well. Like if I spoke better Korean, I probably could like understand their lyrics. But like even then, like I just don't really listen to lyrics. I'm not really like a lyrical person. I like the beeps and the boops and the doof doofs. I am a bass girly. I will say that. I love listening to bass. I think that's one of the reasons why when we went to see Zybenu the second time, the second time, and the bassist was sick, so they just had his backing track. I didn't enjoy it as much because I feel like I really like that live music. I need to get some headphones as well for listening to, not like headphones, but like earplugs, like specially designed earplugs for live music, because I don't want my ears to get damaged. I don't want to get deaf like my dad. I'd like to say it's like crafting together in a park with less bugs. Like, wait, what
Don't
is?
just sit on a painfully overpriced home loan.
Wait. I prefer the smaller streams because I like the interactive side of things. Yeah. I mean, it's all just like a matter of preference. I definitely like just having something on the TV and just like have something playing and like don't have to think too much. Whereas like I know some people really like the back and forth interaction with streamers and stuff, but and that's why they really like smaller streamers. But yeah, I much prefer like just kind of chilling and being like a fan from afar. I also kind of like want to offer these bands to be like an English consultant. Like some of their English lyrics are like this doesn't make sense. I mean, none of them are being too bad that like it doesn't still kind of make sense, but like it's like, oh, this could have been like made a little bit more sense. And yet somehow the big streamers still get parasocial people watching the clips from Twitch have been wild. Oh yeah, like I mean, it goes for everyone. Like you're gonna get parasocial people in everything. I just, as a person who just for like what I like, you know, I like the slightly less parasocial nature. I like that I can be less parasocial with a larger streamer versus a smaller streamer, because yeah, smaller streamers do feel a little bit like closer to home, like you know, like I can talk to this person and everything. Google Translate the lyrics. Oh. Wait, is that some of the lyrics translated? Wait, I'm confused now. Or be a merch maker, who knows? Oh, that's it. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing I've thought about is like, oh, maybe I can like offer to like make a bunch of keychains for them and be like, hey, you can just like sell these if you want. Like, I don't care. Like, I just like making things, you know? But yeah, I ended up like, yeah, I made the little hard hat for Cream, and then for Cursor, I actually like figured out how to make a little Cursor keychains. And I've been thinking like I should probably like make that into a pattern and like sell it, because like I couldn't find any like patterns for like cursors, so I feel like that could be cool. But yes, I think what you just meant, I could just Google Translate the lyrics so that I know what they mean. But like I also just like don't really care that much about what the lyrics mean. I mean, sometimes I get curious. But the other thing would be like none of their lyrics are like written down. Like I haven't found any of their like written lyrics, so I don't know how I would translate them. But yeah, it's just, I just have really started to enjoy listening to live music. I didn't realize I would enjoy it so much. And I'm just so glad that there's like a huge like rock live indie music scene in Korea, because like, yeah. I mean, you can all understand guitar noise, so good enough. I mean, yeah, I'm definitely I like listening to music. I guess some people like to, you know what lyrics mean. Like my friend May has actually been releasing her own music. Actually, I should play her music too, actually. Oh, this is one of their songs that I had stuck in my head on repeat, which is a good thing. Like, it's never a bad thing to have a song stuck in your head, because it means it's good. But it definitely compelled me to like download their music. I should definitely buy some of their albums sometime. I don't know if they've got like CDs or like surely they have surely they would have like digital downloads or something. I think like the whole thing about like music itself is like it's a language that like you can understand no matter what language you speak as well, which I think is pretty cool. One of those things. I love music. La música. Okay, let's try to fit all this stuff in here. I only really look up lyrics if it's a band that doesn't have any English. I want to make sure I'm not listening to something morally awful. Yeah. I mean, I don't think. Well, I've seen this guy's English, like they do have like some like English translated lyrics, like in some of their like shorts and things. But like, you know, I don't think that this guy, at least, he writes a lot about like relational stuff, you know, which you know, I don't think is going to be morally awful, but like but yeah, that is always a concern. It's like, oh yeah, they could be singing about anything, who knows. Like, I love fascists are great. And you're like, oh, maybe I do want to listen to this. And then there's other bands, you know, like man, I should really get Moobot back up and running as well. Maybe I should do that for the next stream, but actually maybe I can. I don't know if there'll be ads on Moobot though. Oh no, I opened Discord, not Moobot. Oops. Oopsies. Wrong one. Every time I listen to German music, I just have to check to be safe. German is a strong language, so it all sounds bad. Can't do anything. Because I don't have YouTube Premium anymore, so I don't know if there'll be ads on Moobot now. So I'm a little bit. And I cleared my oh no. Still have my Discord is covering my things. Oh, Yeah, because I unsubscribed. I have more on my. I'm using more slots than I have available. So I don't know if it'll.
Why did you leave me?
I realized I'm a lesbian hunter.
This is the tale of the lesbian hunter. Rage in her eyes, never mercy ever was there. Love is love, all the villagers cheer. But grave in her eyes was queer. Hey. The banished man and the archers fought as the might of the hunter was too tall. She laid the field with the soldiers past as no one stood a chance.
I only thought to do that because when there's like a Japanese song, audio is trending, people are like, by the way, this is what the people who understand the language are seeing you dance to. Like what? Like, is it like morbid things, or is it like more like what is it about? Because yeah, I listen to a lot of Japanese music, I listen to a lot of Korean music, and like I don't really think about the fact that yeah, it could be about anything really. I forgot about this song. I know, like I haven't listened to my like songs in ages because like I haven't had YouTube Music in forever. I canceled my subscription because it was too expensive when I was in Korea. Lesbian lovers into all of their colors. Some of us stick around and reveled in what she found. Yeah, I like the song. Yeah, like the songs will be depressing, but the tune is so fun. People are doing silly dances to a very graphic song. Yeah. But Japanese songs do be like that though. Like I feel like Japanese songs are just like that. I just like. The pain in her chest. Oh yeah, but I can turn on.
This is the tale of the lesbian lovers. Dropped her sword and saw all of the colors. Helped rose up from the dusty ground and reveled in what she found. Hey.
And stories of people being like, OMG, I'm in a little cafe in a non-English speaking country and they're playing WAP. Yeah. I mean, like, people do it with English songs too, right? Like, you know, I feel like it's not, yeah, it's not exclusive to English speakers listening to foreign music. I think it's, you know, non-English speakers listening to English music as well. Sorry, I turned up song requests as well. Oh wait, I hold it. The universal experience, I'm sure. Yeah, like sometimes you but yeah, we should get Moobot back sometime. I do want to listen to like spooky. We just did a, you know, music detour for those bands because I was talking about them and I felt like it was, you know, good to actually good to give an example of what I'm talking about, like the museum. I'm harmless in most cases. I think the main thing would be like, yeah, like sexual songs in like conservative like context is probably the worst that happens, or I guess like really, or like, you know, really depressing songs that people are dancing to in TikTok. I feel like that's like kind of the worst outcome. I mean, you know, I don't think anyone's like sitting here and being like, oh my goodness, you dance like that to a song in Japanese about like suicide or something and like now you're cancelled forever kind of thing. But I think it's always like a good thing to like, you know, just generally speak more than one language, you know, and kind of somewhat understand different languages. But yeah, I think it's also more common for like non-English speaking musicians to add English lyrics that like don't always make the most sense. Not necessarily that like they have any bad meaning or anything, but I think that is probably a fairly common experience as well. Just like out of context English, you're like, that doesn't make any sense. Just because it like sounds cool. I think a lot of like Korean and Japanese like stuff will do that. They'll add English to things. Actually, one of the things that I love is like people who like go to Japan, I think Korea does it too, to find like bad English like clothing and things, like, you know, just like I actually have like I have a shirt that says "We'll get there anytime soon," which is like kind of makes sense, but like it's also like not how you would say, like you would probably say like "we'll get there sometime soon." You wouldn't really say like anytime soon. Little things like that like they make sense, but like it's not like that correct. Like it's not really like important enough to like really like worry about it. Like it's not like I'm gonna be like actually, I mean that one was a secondhand shirt, but like you'll go to Daiso and they'll have like little phrases. Like I had I bought a little like this is like a little pouch, like a little zipper pouch that I wanted to use for like money. And because my friend Rafiq, whenever I would like, you know, talk about how I was so depressed and wanted to kill myself, he'd be like, just be happy. And so like I found this little pouch that said choose happy on it. And like it doesn't make like choose happy. Like what does that mean? Like happy what? Choose to be happy? Like it's like it makes sense, but it doesn't really make sense. Anyway, I thought it was funny, so I bought it. And yeah, now whenever Rafiq, you know, wants to tell me to just be happier, just don't stress. Oh, you have anxiety? Just don't stress though. Have you ever thought about not worrying about it? Oh, it's just like so it's so funny. It's so stupid. Have you ever thought about maybe just like not feeling like that? Like it's just the logic of not knowing, like not having experienced like the absolute state of mind when you feel that way. The Mexican way of therapy. Yeah, I feel like that's very common in a lot of like because he's Bangladeshi, so like I feel like in a lot of like yeah, I think in some cultures there's definitely like a sense of like, yeah, just don't, just be happier, like just get by, just deal with it, just suck it up, princess, kind of thing. And it's like, but maybe depression, but maybe I is depressed, but maybe there is chemical imbalance in my brain. But I mean, I guess I'm luckily not feeling, you know, like that anymore. But having experienced SI, it definitely gives you a much better perspective and a lot more empathy for people when they are experiencing it, because you don't just say, oh, just have you thought about not wanting to kill yourself? Oh, bye, Cameron. Gotta get ready for work. It was lovely seeing you too. Thanks for hanging out. It's good to chat. And hopefully I'll get to catch you making your sweater. I'll pop in. Sweater or knitted jumper? I can't. Yeah, but you're knitting. Knitting is fun. I feel like I should get back into knitting sometime. I have to get materials again though. I think I've got circular needles somewhere, but I don't have anything else. Just stop, any Mexican grandma would say. And then they would add, back in my day, I had to eat rats or something. I don't know. Like I feel like some people come up with these crazy stories of like, yeah, we had to like, you know, eat food out of the trash when I was young because, you know, how can you be sad kind of thing. It's like, it's just a different way of coping, I feel like. We lived in a shoebox and had to eat grains of rice that the ruling class would throw at us out of pity. It's like that chick from North Korea who like sells outrageous stories about North Korea. Which is like, it's totally valid that like obviously people had like much worse experiences. Back in my day, worst story my grandmother told me was having to kneel on beans because they skipped school. I was like, Grandma, what the fuck trauma? Yeah, and those things are like ridiculously traumatic, and it's like, maybe you should go to therapy. But yeah, it's kind of like just brushed over now, you know. It's like, you know, they get to an age where it's like, oh, we're not really gonna talk about this, you know. Ooh, the other thing I want to try... Actually, I'll go to the bathroom and then I'll talk about this. But I want to finish this little thingy. Let me go for it. Okay. Be right back. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Okay, sorry. Back. So, what am I doing? I am finishing up this pumpkin. Pumpkin. Yeah, I really don't like these color ones. Just look. It looks so brown. Like, this yarn is looking so much more brown than orange now that it, like, next to the orange, you know? It looks so brown. I mean, together they do look pretty good. They look pretty cute. Okay, I feel like I went through too many loops. Just go through one. I'm gonna double needle it. Which is where you have 2 needles, 1 on each strand. And that way you can sew both without having to take the needle off and putting it on the other strand. Yeah, I think like empathy, I feel like experiencing depression and stuff, depression and anxiety for yourself makes a huge difference. Or at least, and also just acknowledging what and knowing what it is as well. Because I think that's the difference between, like, you know, people from a different generation is like, it was just very much like not acknowledged as like an actual like issue. But like, oh, maybe you don't have to feel this way. Like, maybe this kind of experience like isn't, you know, normal and necessary kind of thing. I just feel like we're moving into a, hopefully, well, in some areas, more empathetic man, I think if I were to like try and give away these pumpkins, these brown ones would not go. They would be the last. And then the people who would get them would be like so disappointed. Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how awful do these brown pumpkins look? I mean, next to the bright, pretty orange ones, I feel like they're being done dirty as well. It definitely does not help. I think if you look at them out of, like, same, like, you know, just looking at that one, it's like, oh yeah. But like next to the orange, it's just like, oh, exciting pumpkin that looks like a pumpkin versus, oh, pumpkin. Alright, I shouldn't be so harsh on my pumpkins. I should be nicer to my pumpkins. Okay. I think we might finish up here. I might just do like the sewing I need to do off stream for the ritual cover, because I don't need to finish it by this evening anymore. Well, not unfortunately, but it got cancelled. Plans got cancelled. That's okay. Why does this pumpkin look bigger? Maybe my stitches were looser? I'm pretty sure it's the same. Yeah, why does... Did I stuff it more? Why is this so much bigger? This was the first one that I made. I don't know. I don't know why it looks bigger. Okay. Okie dokie. Let me see who is streaming. Sorry, I feel bad I didn't end stream sooner because I had to run that second ad break. I just wasn't even thinking. I wasn't thinking that I might finish up. They still look cute. Thank you. Oh my goodness, it's almost been 5 hours. Did not realize I've been streaming for so long. Okay, anybody I'm following? I feel bad because like I have got a small account, so it feels bad to like read out to someone who has a larger. To find someone new. No one's really on right now. Maybe. Oh. Kyota Lazuma? Oh no, why did it... Wait, why did that just disappear? Just found someone and then it raids a raid. I mean, I guess so. Okay, here's another streamer I have not rated before. They are called Cutie Pie? Cutie Pie 93? Okay. Ooh, they're like crocheting some cute things. Okay. Okay, well we can always raid someone new and see how it goes. Alrighty, thank you everybody for hanging out today. I will be back tomorrow, hopefully. If I'm not, I will post, but yeah, we'll hopefully get to see you guys all tomorrow. And I'm gonna start working on some parrots for my grandfather because I've been putting that off in like forever. So I think we're gonna knuckle down and try to finish it. Because I want to get it done before I have to leave Australia, because I told him I would do it like months ago and I still have not finished it. So I'm trying to finish like the width that I've been putting off for too long. So hopefully we'll get stuck into that tomorrow. Yeah, but I hope you all have a good evening and I will see you guys all later. Okay, bye.